Yo, what's up, gamers of the world? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a lovely Wednesday so far. It is Wednesday, and you know what that means. We're going to do stuff relating to the Pokémon TCG, as we do just about every day here. That is what we do here at Tricky Jim. Oh boy, I got Indianapolis this weekend. I'm going to be leaving tomorrow morning early as I am helping to caravan some of the Full Grip Games employees to the event. And thank you, Mean King TCG, for that sub in the 27 months. Thank you, Sam Pants, for the sub in the 11 months. And thank you, Cody, for the sub and the 50 months. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mark Levy Plays, for the sub as well. Am I confident with my deck choice for Indy? No. Spent last night testing with Jesse, and you know I'm feeling bad because I was testing Charizard. You know I'm down horrendous because I was running games with the BDIF. And God, it felt so good. Deck is broken. It's so broken. It's just so broken. Better than what? You thought I was better than this? Better than the way when a deck is just that good? It's that good. You have to acknowledge. Thank you, Mike the Giant, for the sub in the 13 months. It's like not only is Charizard insanely powerful, it also feels like it gives you the most control over the game. And it's like, it's scary. It is really scary when the same deck that is like the most powerful deck is also the same deck that feels like it gives you the most control over the game, right? It's just like it sets up consistently every game, and you're just like, okay, I can do anything I want. What? Like literally, like at anything I want. It's insane. So. All right, Countercatcher, Iona to 2, hit for 300 with 330 hit point Pokemon. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, sure. Of course, Frogger, no problem. Yeah, if anybody wants me to sign anything in Indy, that's no problem at all. Of course. Yeah, Roxanne's crazy. I'm mostly towards art, yeah. I mean, just like with all the different options in it. With the Turo scenarios and stuff too, you could just do crazy things. You can like quick search for something at the end of the game and then Turo it up. And you're just like, you thought. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. It feels like you just have unlimited power. You can do whatever you want. You can remove Pokemon from play very easily. You can knock out your opponent's Pokemon very easily. You have the largest amount of HP, and you hand select whatever you want out of the deck every turn. It's crazy. So I would love to not play Charizard at Indy. I would love that. That would be my ideal scenario. But this is, I gotta also be realistic. And I think I have to give myself like at least the option to play Charizard if I want to. So yeah, I need to give myself that option if that's what things point to. But it doesn't, like Jesse is going to Indy too. I think it's just me and Jesse And Jesse does not want to play Zard. I've got a league challenge tonight here at Full Grip. I think I'm going to play. Now, I don't usually play in... Honestly, I've been having more fun with locals. Now that I've, like, told myself I don't care about Worlds anymore, like, for the foreseeable future, now I'm like, oh, yeah, playing in a local might be fun. Why is it that locals seem like they're so unfun when I... But now I'm like, oh, yeah, I might play in a locals tonight, sure. Yeah, that could be fun. Yeah. So I'm going to play in the grinding versus not grinding. Right, because I hate grinding, right? I'm tired of the grind. I'm retired from the grind. Tired of and retired from the grind. Come to League tonight. I can show you the 75-25 Dino Zard matchup. Good Lord. I am playing in the League Challenge tonight. I will, for sure. So that should be fun. Yeah. I've got 2 decks with me. My top 2 choices for Indianapolis, both of which violate every single deck building, like, if you've been listening to Tag Team Podcast, you know that I no longer want to evolve with my Pokemon decks, and I no longer want to use rare candy. Both of these choices for Indianapolis very, very much so violate those deck building regulations that I tried to place on myself. So, yes, it is C-Pow and Zard. Those are the 2 decks that I have. Yes. And it's like, I can't convince myself that any other deck is more reasonable than those. I wish I could convince myself that Dino Box is reasonable, but in our games last night, Jesse and I played Dino Box versus Charizard twice. 3 times. He beat me once with the Cobalion that he's playing, and I decked him out twice. Actually, no. I lost once with the Cobalion. I beat him once, and I decked him out once. So, yeah. Well, the Cobalion makes it so easy to deck them out. I'm telling you, can like Turo stuff up, counter catcher, and then they're like, attach, retreat, knockout, and then you're like, okay, prime catcher, and then they deck out, right? So did I stall the Cobalion? Of course I did. I'm telling you, with Charizard, you just start finessing. You can finesse anything. Games you have no business winning. Yeah, thank you, Mark Levy Plays, for the sub. Thank you, Mike the Giant, for the sub. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Cobalion makes your basic Pokemon do 30 more damage to Dark Pokemon. And then, you know, God forbid the Charizard deck play something spicy like the Hero's Cape. Yeah, I mean, Prime Catcher... Yeah, Prime Catcher is like what Tord kind of popularized in Charizard. But I'm not, like, totally against the idea of Hero's Cape either. I'm also not against the idea of Maximum Belt. Ben Moore says, all you GLC players that have taken breaks for standard, stop it. Come back. We miss you. Yes, actually, GLC heads, please go back to League. You realize that your absence will allow Ben Morse to win another badge I got to go to Indianapolis this week. No one's going to be there on Thursday. Who is going to defend the shop against Ben Morse's reign? Huh? Who? If all of us go to Indianapolis, thankfully, Alex should be there. Alex is there, and he's playing water still. So thank goodness for that. Thank you, Taterific Live. Alex can win. No. We got to... Listen, if Alex gets to 7 badges, that's fine. We are in crunch time, and I realize I'm missing 2 of like the final... 2 of the final like 10 weeks of GLC League I'm going to be missing. Which is devastating. I've got 3 badges to win. Really, I just have 1 badge to win. I have to at least tie it up with Ben Morse so we can play off for the finals or something. So really, it's at that. If we don't make it to 10 badges, that's okay. Ben Morse is missing 3 weeks in June? Let's go. How would the playoff work? I don't know. I haven't made it up yet. I was kind of just hoping that maybe a playoff wouldn't happen. But if a playoff does happen, then we'll have to make something up. How would the tiebreaker work? I don't know how the tiebreaker works. Listen, this is all, it's like Calvin Ball, you know? You guys familiar with Calvin Ball? Yeah, our game's like Calvin Ball. As things come up, we make up rules. As situations come up, that's just how it goes. When I'll start doing Twilight Masquerade on tabletop? Oh, Craig, come on! Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Craig! You can do it, man! What's up with this defeatist attitude? No! Thank you, Squayatal, for the Prime sub. Donk says, the past several months of GLC booster box tournaments in Tokyo have been won by colorless. Do I have any thoughts? That seems like people really like colorless, Dunk. That's for sure. It's a good deck. I mean, colorless is certainly like, you know, one of the top decks in Gym Leader Challenge, and it happens to be, I do think it is the easiest top deck to play and win with, and most like clearly destroys the lesser tier decks. Like colorless has like the easiest time dispatching of lesser decks than the other top decks do, which is one of the reasons that I think its success is so widespread. Because, like, if you play a Tier 1 colorless deck against, like, any other Tier 2 GLC decks, you'll probably just destroy them, and you don't have to be very good to do it. But I think there are real counters to colorless. But it's still a top deck. There are real counters to colorless, still a top deck. Like, I don't know. Is colorless more dominant in Gym Leader Challenge than Charizard is in Standard right now? Should Charizard be banned in Standard format? Like, you know, so like, do you kind of see what I'm getting at? Like, no formats are perfect. You kind of wait for them to evolve and change, right, over time. And then if if things go on too long without evolving or changing, sometimes you can nudge them in the right direction, especially with a more expanded eternal style format of Gym Leader Challenge, right? So yeah, you have to, like, the thing is, you have to be like measured and patient with these kinds of things, because I mean, look at it. We've got people playing Gym Leader Challenge in Japan, right? We've got people playing Gym Leader Challenge all over the world. We have people playing Gym Leader Challenge in a whole bunch of different languages that I don't speak. Thank you, Squayatal. Thank you, Taterific. Thank you guys for those subs. Thank you. So, I think being patient, measured, all that is important, right? I think if there's anything that could kill Gym Leader Challenge, it would be just trying to over police the format, right? So it's showing the registration's closed online. Is there a chance to sign up at Indy if someone does not show up? No, I don't believe so. No, registration is closed. But if you want to show up to Indy, you could probably get a spectator pass and play in side events if that's something that you'd like to do, just to kind of like, experience what the regional scene is like. There's lots of side events at regional championships and things like that. No, they don't do walk-ins, walk-in signups. Oh, yeah, there's a 2006 format side event at Indy. No proxies allowed. Finally, time for me to flex my old deck collection. Now, the GLC side event, obviously very exciting, but I do get to play in Gym Leader Challenge every week, right? 2006 tournament, that does not happen every week for me, okay? So, that may be something that I participate in on Friday. Maybe. I do have an interview scheduled for Friday morning, though. So I'm very excited about that. When is the... Let's see. It's gonna be May. Where? That schedule. I've made it. Friday. The retro events. Okay, at 3? I think I can be done by 3. I am, and then Gym Leader Challenge is at 3:30. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, yeah, I should totally be done by 3. I'm meeting Friday morning to do my interview. Interview should only take about an hour, so I should be all right. Sick. I'm very excited about that. Yo, the 2006 tournament. Finally, I get to play my Dragtro deck. Dragtrode. With, like, honestly, one of my favorite Pokemon cards of all time. Rocket Sneasel EX. You know how freaking cool this card is, dude? They don't make Pokemon cards like this anymore, folks. But yeah, so I'm very excited about that. All right. You know what else I'm excited about? We've got some new Pokemon cards to open today. From the Mask of Change set, 6 booster boxes, I'm going to be building decks from the cards that I opened today and the cards that I have already opened from Japan's Crimson Haze sets. And I'm going to be doing tabletop gameplay with those to show off our upcoming format decks before the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I'm actually going to text Jesse. And see if I can get him lined up for next Wednesday. And then I'd like to get like another day lined up too. I'd like to do like more than one tabletop day next week. So I gotta reach out, see if I can get anybody else scheduled for next week. Thank you, Shiny King, for that sub in the 39 months. Appreciate it. What card do I most want to pull from Mask of Change? Good question. Poke Beach did a nice article showing off the most expensive cards from the set. Not that, like, you know, not that I'm some shiny chasing collector who only cares about the card's value. That's not who I am. However, I am most excited to pull Carmine's Secret Illustration. Right? Yeah. This would be the card that I'm most excited to pull. All right, I'm not some hog, okay, who only cares about the monetary value of my cardboard. I'm not. However, this is the card I'm most excited to pull from the set. I mean, you have to be, right? It's like the best supporter full art. You know, come on. You got to be. All right, but there are some other really cool cards. Gold Buddy Buddy Poffin would be really sick. I think that'd be hype. I really love all of the art rares. Let's actually take a look at the art rares and see what we got. Here we are. I really want this guy. This guy here. Yup, he's nice. I really want this guy. He's nice. I really want this guy, especially since we're not getting this card in our English set. So I really want this guy. I really want this guy. I really want this guy. All right. I don't care about any of those guys. I want this card. And I want this card. And honestly, no, I don't care about Kieran. I would like this card, and I would like this card. All right, there we go. We're not getting the we're not getting the art rare Ogie Dogie in our set. That's what, according to... See? Here. According to WPM from Poke Beach, based on English card numbers that we revealed this week for Twilight Masquerade, we now know the illustration rares of Ogie Dogie, Monkey Dory, and Pheasantipity will be cut from the English set. Bam, right there. So, we're supposed to be getting the card, but according to him, they're going to be kicked down the road for one of our later sets. No, I think we're still getting the Ogie Dogie in our English set, just not the art rare. I think that is what I'm gathering here, using my astute reading comprehension skills. That appears to be the situation. All right. Yeah, probably tin promos like the Galarian Birds. Precisely. Good comparison, y'all. Good comparison. Excellent. So that is what that's almost explicitly stated in the first sentence. Right, Reverend General, but we had to read the first sentence, okay? And reading is a little hard. All right? Have mercy on us. Reading is not the easiest thing to do. Thank you, Law Army. Lami Army. Lamai Army. Love my Lama Army. Lami Army. Thank you, Lami Army, for the sub in the 8 months. And can we bet tricky points on opening packs? Heck yes, we can. What do we want to gamble on? First box. Why did they stop making gold basic energy Thicky Tube? Because they only do that like once a block or something, you know? Not even once a block. I mean, because the thing is, if you make too many gold energy, then none of the gold energy are special. Right? All right, let's do prediction. Will I open Art Rare Ogie Dogie in box 1? Yes or no? You have 2 minutes. All right, there you go. Cool. Art Rare Ogie Dogie. You average 3 Art Rares a box. And there are like, you know, a good amount of, I don't know, good amount of Art Rares. I wish I could give you the math, but I already closed Poke Beach. Let's see. Okay, you open 3 per box, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12. 12. There you go. There are 12 Art Rares. You get 3 per box. There we go. All right, you guys ready? I've already taken I was very responsible this morning. I've already taken my thumbnail picture for the video. So, that is very hype. The only thing that I have to do is I have to film the YouTube video's introduction. What should I... Chatters. Yes. You guys. Chatters. What should I say in the YouTube video's introduction? Now's your time to shine. Help me to start this YouTube video. How should we begin? I'm like SpongeBob starting his essay with the very elaborate T. Let us do the intro. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Okie dokie, everyone. Mask off. That was way too similar to a game of peekaboo, which apparently I'll be doing more of, considering I'm having a child in September. I need a mask. Greetings and salutations, YouTube audience. In today's Pokemon trading card game collection-oriented video, I am going to be opening 6 booster boxes of the newest set, Mask of Change, straight out of Japan. Yo, what's up, Jammer, with a sub in the 10 months? Appreciate it. Hello, everybody. I'm a filthy hog. Let's pull a Carmine secret illustration. I'm here to open some gold cardboard. Let's go. There's a tweet. I can't talk about the tweet on stream, but there's a tweet I saw, and I think about it all the time. Me holding the booster box of Mask of Change. You morons love this stuff, don't you? That's a reference to the tweet I saw. Yes. Except it has to do with... I digress. We're going to move on from that. We're going to move on from that. It's me. I'm the morons. Yes. And I love this stuff. Okay. Let's get into this. Let's do it. I think I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling less confident. Filthy hog. Let's pull a Carmine secret illustration. I'm here to open some gold cardboard. Let's go. Hello, everybody. I think that's it, honestly. Yeah, I think, like, honestly, that's the introduction. I'm here to open some gold cardboard. Yeah. Just that's it, really. Yeah. I think you start the video with me asking chat how to start the video, and then me saying I'm here to open some gold cardboard, and then I snort like a hog, and then we cut to the opening. That's it. All right, great. Thank you, chat. You have been of wonderful service. We've got it. Excellent. We want Carmine. Gold Carmine. $100 card. All I need are, like, the special animations to pop up when I open. And Yeah. I need all that to occur. All right, here we go. Game time. Let's do it. Oh, chat needs to come along. There we go. Welcome, chat. Chat, you're part of the process. I love that chat is part of the opening. Chat and chat's commentary is a necessary and important part of the opening now. Let's see. I'm opening these cards with, I'm going to be using the Dragon Shield Perfect Fit clear side loaders to protect my hits today. However, those don't look very good on the backdrop, you know, because they're like laying down flat. You can hardly see them. This better product placement right there. There you go. I love my sponsors, Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield. Shout out to Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield. Oh, these are not side loaders. Oh, yes, they are. Okay. These are side loaders. Cool. Just gotta be aware of what way my sleeves are opening, or else I'm gonna look like a fool. Okay, what side should chat go on? That side's cool. Make chat a little bit bigger. There we go. A little too big. Sorry, chat. You're important. But not that important. Just kidding. Just kidding. That was part of the joke. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That looks wonderful. Perfect. Don't let me gaslight you, chat. Stand up for yourself, okay? Don't let me. Okay, here we go. It is time. 6 booster boxes of Mask of Change. This reminds me a little bit of all of my favorite mask-associated popular culture references, like Future's Mask Off song, or Jim Carrey's The Mask. So many fun mask things have existed. Majora's Mask, one of my favorite Legend of Zelda titles. And here we have Japan's Mask of Change set. The cards in Mask of Change will be included in our upcoming Twilight Masquerade set due out in May. And I'm going to be using the cards that I open in this unboxing video to build and play our next format's best decks. So I'm really stoked about that as well. Let's get right into it. Now, I did just clip my nails, which is always... It's like you have to clip your nails before the unboxing so that your fingernails look nice. But then it's impossible to open anything. So it's like it's a lose-lose, honestly. Here we go. Nice looking pack art, very green. I'll say very green, but that is cool. Does remind me of Jim Carrey's The Mask, with how green everything is, which is pretty sick. Now, I think almost all of the cards from this set are going to be included in our upcoming Twilight Masquerade set, except for the art rare Ogie Dogie, Pheasantipity, and Monkey Dory. I think we're getting those as promos at a later date. So those are the only cards that are going to be exclusive to Mask of Change, and we'll get those a little bit later on. The first booster box will open a little bit, a little bit more slowly as we kind of take in and appreciate all the new cards and their wonderful artworks. And then there we go. That is an art rare Pheasantipity. Very cool card. Beautiful artwork. Love it. It's got an attack that does 30 damage times the amount of energy attached to this Pokemon. And its ability makes it invincible on a coin flip if it has a darkness energy attached. You could attach the new the new Legacy Energy Ace Spec to this thing, which would provide the darkness energy for it. And not only would it be invincible half the time on a coin flip, but it would also give up no prizes. How fun is that? Very cool card. And this is an awesome artwork. Super stoked that we pulled it. Insane Slash. sleeving my hits in Dragon Shield, side loading, perfect fits. Love those. Seeking. But yes, our first booster box will be a little bit slower, and then by the time I get to our final box, I'll probably be ravaging through these like a monkey dory. Let's go. Swirlix. And the new A-Spec, the new old A-Spec, Scoop Up Cyclone. Scoop Up Cyclone is really hype. A lot of players are using Scoop Up Cyclone as their A-Spec of choice in the very popular Dragapult EX deck. Now, Dragapult EX is in this set, and this looks like it's going to be one of the most powerful new decks from the Twilight Masquerade set. I'm really excited to have this new Scoop Up Cyclone. I kind of like the design of the new A-Specs more than the design of the old A-Specs, which I know is going to be hard for some people to hear. I did play through both eras. I just really love that these A-Specs pop out of the deck, right? Like as you're scanning through your deck, there's no question as to whether or not I prized my A-Spec. This thing really stands out. And I think it's really cool that they have this like, highlighter pink colorway. It's just so neat. What do you guys think in the chat? You like the new A-Specs or you like the old A-Specs better? Kadabra. Little Finizen. And Heatran. This is one gnarly looking Heatran. Look at that guy. Wow. And what? Carmine's brother? Are they brother and sister? Kieran? They're probably siblings, right? Lampent. Little what's this guy's name? Little lightning bird guy. Little lightning Pidgey. Wattrel. Thank you. Wattrel. Jinx. The mask item that lets you switch between your Ogerpon and Swanna. Swanna, super underrated Pokemon. Just saying, what an elegant creature Swanna is. Phantom. Amolga. Little guy. Ambipom. Apom. Ambipom. Heracross. Snorunt and his cute little igloo. I love this. Awesome artwork there. And the new Dracloak. The new Dracloak evolves into Dragapult EX. It's got an ability which is essentially a reprint of Pidgeotto's Airmail from the Sun and Moon block. This ability allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, pick one to put it into your hand, and then you put the other card on the bottom of your deck. With multiple Dracloak in play, you're going to be able to churn through your deck with ease. And then this card evolves into one of the most powerful new attackers from Twilight Masquerade, Dragapult EX. So it's no wonder that people are excited about this new card, this new evolution line. It's got an incredible stage 1. It's got an amazing stage 2 evolution, and it's dragon type. People go crazy for the dragons. Ron, and then Pheasantipity Hollow. Conkeldurr. All right, we've got Trevenant. I think we've got something spicy in this pack. No spoilers, though. This guy, Glimmet. Final answer. Farfetch'd. And Teal Mask, Ogre Pawn, EX. Very cool. This is the poster Pokemon of the set. Look, the same guy on all the booster packs. Yep. So Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX can accelerate grass energy to itself, draw cards, and even one-hit KO a Charizard if it's got 3 energy attached to it, and the Charizard's got 2 energy attached to it. It's an all right card. But the most exciting thing about Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX is that it accelerates grass energy into play and draws cards. I'll be interested to see if this card ever finds a home in a standard format, upper tier deck. And Jamming Tower. Can it one-shot Charizard? You betcha. But the Charizard has to have 2 energy on it, and Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX has to have the 3 energy attached to it. I think it's like 30 plus 30 more for each energy attached to both Pokemon. Trev, Wattrel, Goldeen, and Festival Grounds, Festivus Maximus, the Festival something. What is this? It's the something festival. The festival that powers up the Diplin. Festival Grounds. All right. Festival Grounds. New stadium card that makes it so that your Pokemon with energy attached to them cannot be affected by special conditions. Not a very strong stadium. However, if special conditions ever become a big deal, then this card is here. And it is the backbone of the cool new, the festival, what's like the, what are the partiers called? The festival party guys? The festival lead, yes. This is the backbone of the new festival lead single prize deck, which looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Diplin. Applin. Swirlix. Chansey. Wattrel. Art Rare. Let's go. I really wanted to pull this guy. This is a gorgeous card. I mean, just look at that. Isn't this dangerous? I'm just thinking, like, the Wattrel is definitely lightning type. And then you can see the electricity coming off of the Wattrel, and yet the Wattrel is in the water. Wouldn't the Wattrel, like, I don't know, shock anything? Like, kind of close to it? Like, kill all the wildlife in the water? God forbid there's somebody swimming. Nobody tell me about electric eels. All right, well, how do electric eels work? Man. All right, well, this is kind of scary. Anyways, I absolutely love this artwork. Beautiful Wattrel diving into the water. I love the detail, being able to see the lightning bolts kind of coming off of its wings. The fact that its wings are glowing and that there are multiple Wattrel just diving into the water. This is a really, really beautiful new card. Dang, that's crazy. What if it electrocutes somebody? Is this not like putting the hairdryer in the bathtub? Is this not the same thing? I'm just saying, this looks dangerous, okay? Phantom. Skarmory. Clefairy. Look how cute. Conkeldurr. And Swirlix Senior. Swirly Swirly. Is this Swirlix? No, Swirlix. There's Swirly Pup, and and Swirly Doggo. Slurpuff. There we go. Slurpuff. Chansey. Phantom. Girder. And the new Blissey EX with a massive 300 hit points. Look at this total unit. What wonderful wingspan you have, Blissey, with your very long and pointy arms. Just kidding. They're not long. they are short. In fact, imagine if Blissey had to try and scratch its like belly or its back or something. This is not something that Blissey could ever do. In fact, Blissey can't even use those arms to hold anything. I don't think Blissey can reach in front of it. Because this Blissey is sick, though, and you could build a very tanky deck with this Blissey EX. It's got 300 hit points and an ability that allows you to move an energy from Blissey to one of your other Pokemon. And then, it's like it. Does it just move an energy from it to something else, or does it move one energy from any of your Pokemon to another one of your Pokemon? Which one is it? I could look it up, but I figured chats it's any Pokemon, right? Okay, cool. Blissey's ability allows you to move an energy from any of your Pokemon to any of your other Pokemon. So if you have 3 Blissey EX set up, then you can just move all of your energy from a damaged Blissey EX to another one of your Blissey EX, and then use Sharon's Care to pick up that damaged Blissey EX and lay your Chansey right back down. So very cool ability. And then its attack does 180 damage and fills your hand to 6 cards. So I'm really hype about Blissey. I think that Blissey has a lot of potential and could be the backbone of a really sweet tank and heal deck. Scoliopede. Here we go. Volbeat. Volbeat, right? There's like Volbeat, and then there's like another one, and the other one. We're going to go with Volbeat. Luxio. Abra. And full art. Full art blonde guy. Okay. Hassel. Full art Hansel. Now I'm just looking for the full art Gretel. Full art Hassel. Very neat. Hassel's a new supporter card that you can only play if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Allows you to look at the top 8 cards of your deck and pick 3 of them to put into your hand. I don't think this card is that great. I mean, it's kind of like a Colress's Experiment that's just super powered, right? A Colress's Experiment is look at the top 5, keep 3, send 2 to the Lost Zone. This is look at the top 8, keep 3, shuffle the rest. But the qualification that you can only play this card if one of your Pokemon was knocked out really kind of turns me off to this card. Really turns me off to this card altogether. That is our secret rare of the opening of the first box. Well, Sunkern, Sandygast, Ducklet. Look how nice that duck is. Melodic, and Revavroom. Too much of a hassle to play Hassel. Huh! Couldn't agree more. Sandshrew, Poliwag, and Teal Mask Ogerpon, the holo rare. And Carmine, there's our Carmine. Looking for the secret illustration rare Carmine. That would be hype. Venipede. And, yep, Phoebus. The Thwackster! He's so nice. 100 hit points, and so long as you have a Pokemon with the Festival Lead ability in the active spot, you get to search your deck for whatever you want. Very cool single prize engine. However, this deck is coming at a time when apparently the new hot deck is going to be Dragapult EX, which doesn't have a weakness and feasts on little low HP bench Pokemon. So, yeah, a little bit nervous about that. Diplin! Here's the pair right here. Thwacky. And then Diplin has the Festival Lead ability, which allows it to attack twice so long as Festival Grounds is in play, that new stadium card, and then its attack can do up to 100 damage if you have a full bench, and it can attack twice, so you get to do essentially 200 damage for 1 grass energy. Poliwhirl. Darumaka, right? I always question myself. It's like, I know you're... No, because it's like, it's Darumaka and Darmanitan. Yeah. Darumaka. Little Timber. Festival Grounds. And Darmanitan. Goldeen. Little poochy guy. Abra. And the Bug Catcher's Net, new item card for grass-type decks, allows you to look at the top 7 cards of your deck and choose up to 2, either grass Pokemon, grass basic energy, or combination of the 2 to put into your hand. Very good for setting up. And Palafin. There you go. I had the, I made the amateur mistake of asking what the difference between Palafin and Finizen was. And apparently, it's that right there. That little heart. Dracloak. Sandshrew. Sandygast, and Alakazam. Yo, how cool is it to get single prize Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam cards again? This is so hype. I'm so excited that this evolution line is back and being printed in the Pokemon TCG after such a long hiatus. And it looks like Creatures is wasting no time pumping out some new Alakazam cards. Very cool. Our first Tatsugiri, with its ability, looking for items or something? its ability name is ridiculous. Like shopping for things. its ability name is like literally that. It's Its ability is attract customers. Attracting customers allows you to look at the top 6 cards of your deck and choose a supporter card you find there to put into your hand. A very powerful ability on a basic Pokemon, and you can search this Pokemon out with Buddy Poffin. I expect this card to see a lot of play, not unlike Mew from Celebrations, which did a similar thing, except for item cards. Kadabra. Poliwhirl. Glimmet. Our first Poliwrath. This is one of the strongest hit and run attackers ever printed. Its attack does 120 damage plus 120 more damage if you shuffle this Poliwrath and all cards attached to it into your deck. For just 2 colorless energy, it can be powered up with a double turbo energy. Super cool card. And this fan thing that's like, I don't know, it's a tool. If the Pokemon it's attached to gets attacked, you can like move an energy attached to that Pokemon to one of their bench Pokemon. Shinx. Look how nice that Shinx is. Chimecho. Litwick. Monkey Dory. And more attracting of the customers with Tatsugiri. Chat says that Tatsugiri sells sushi. Isn't Tatsugiri literally a sushi? Why would it sell sushi? If Tatsugiri is a sushi and it sells sushi, then what does that make Tatsugiri, chat? And also, if it's attracting customers, for what? To eat it? It's kind of messed up. Ducklets. Oh, yeah. Look at that magnificent Palo sand on the beach, sun setting. Looks fantastic. Timber. And the new Glalie, which combos well with the new Frostlass. Kilowatt Troll. Sunkern. Darumaka. Shinx. And I don't know, Flame Mask, Ogerpon, EX. I forget all the different names of the masks, okay? There's a lot. I've got Teal Mask down. I've got Wellspring Mask down. Hearth Flame Mask of the Ogerpon EX variety. Very cool. It does 140 damage plus 140 more damage. If you discard all energy attached to it, a very steep cost to pay. And then it's got a retaliatory attack, which does 20 damage times the amount of damage counters attached to the Hearth Flame Mask Ogerpon EX. 2 out of 4 Ogerpon obtained. Glimora. I think this is our first Dreepy. He's cute. Aaron. Whirlipede. See, I like Pokemon where there's like help with the name baked into the Pokemon. Like there's no doubt that this is Whirlipede. Just look at how much it's whirling. Wow, check that out. So we've got the art rare Monkey Dory. Super cool. And again, we're not going to be getting this art rare Monkey Dory in our Twilight Masquerade set. I don't think we're going to be getting the art rare Pheasantipity in our Twilight Masquerade set as well. And the art rare Ogie Dogie. I think these are going to be promos that release later. At least that's what's been reported by PokeBeach. So very cool. I mean, I absolutely love this art rare. The cherry blossoms are beautiful, and it's just a really, really fun art. It's got a cool ability as well that allows you to move 3 damage counters from your Pokemon to your opponent's Pokemon once during your turn, but only if there's a darkness energy attached to it, which kind of coincides with all of the other I don't know, what do you call these guys? 3 fellas from the DLC. Coincides with the other 3 fellas that all have. It coincides with the other 2 fellas that also have an ability that activates with a darkness energy. The Loyal 3. Got it. And then we've also got the Flute thing, which is really good for control decks. Allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck and place a basic Pokemon you find there onto your opponent's bench. Crazy new card for control decks. Grookster. Varoom. Finizen, Jamming Tower, and Mightyena. Luxio, Lairon, look at that grumpy Larry. He looks so mean. I really love this artwork. It like makes me imagine what it would be like to encounter a Lairon in the wild, and I kind of feel like I would be frightened if I encountered a Larry, a wild Larry. Phoebus and Machageist or Poltergeist. This is Poltergeist. Poltergeist, Hollow Rare, can do up to 210 damage if you discard 3 grass energy from play. And the, what do I call him? I call him the Bundler. Oh, yeah. It's like, I can only remember this Sinistra. Frick. Sinistra. Hollow Rare, not Poltergeist. Why can I not remember the names of any of these green tea themed ghost Pokemon? And then Iron Bundle. It's kind of messed up. I can only remember Iron Bundle's name by the nickname that I gave it, which is the Bundler. The Bundler. Illumise. See, I couldn't remember Illumise's name earlier, just trying to like pull it from my brain. But the second I saw Illumise, instantly got my brain, I don't know, woke up. There we go. Poliwag. Look how sad he looks. Poliwag, just looking at its reflection, deep in thought. Thinking about all the thoughts there are to think, reflecting on itself and also the state of the world. This Poliwag's head is not empty. Rillaboom and Melodic. Girder, Grookey, Apom, Swanna, and Diplin. Chimecho, Poltergeist, Snorunt, and Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. We've got 3 of the 4 out of this booster box. This card is really good, actually, and it's seeing play in Japan in Lugia V-Star decks. Of all the decks, I did not see that coming, but in Lugia V-Star decks, Sinistra? This is Sinistra? This isn't Poltergeist? This is it's Sinistra. Then which one was the other one? This card is seeing a lot of play in Lugia V-Star decks, and I didn't see this coming at all, but in Lugia V-Star decks, they now have access to the new A-Spec Legacy Energy, which provides a rainbow energy when attached to a Pokemon and makes it so that Pokemon gives up 1 less prize card when it's knocked out. Wellspring, you gotta be kidding me. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX can use the Legacy Energy to power up its attack, which does 100 damage to the active and 120 damage to one of the opponent's bench Pokemon, knocking out bench sitters like Bibarel, and it shuffles all 3 energy back into the deck, which means you get to save that Legacy Energy for later. Very cool card. All right, somebody explain to me, give me I talk about this almost every time. What Pokemon is this?
What is this? This is Sinistra. Poltergeist or Sinistra? This is a Sinistra. Which one has the EX? Is there also a Sinistra EX? So this is the same one that has the EX. It's Sinistra and Sinistra EX. All right. And then, what's the little guy? What is that? Poltergeist? This is Poltergeist. All right. Because it looks like a pot, I guess. Poltergeist? All right. Over, under, how long it takes me till I forget all of that. Sinistra. Last pack of the first box. Dreepster, Volbeat, Jinx, Palafin, and Carmine. I think after each box, I'll do a little roundup and then on to the next. Box number 1, we got Pheasantipity, Wattrel, and Monkey Dory Art Rares. Hassel, Full Arts, Blissey EX, Scoop Up Cyclone, and 3 of the 4 Mask EX Pokemon. Let's do our predictions. Box number 2. Now that we've seen most of the cards, going to open a little bit faster. We can stop and talk about anything that we haven't seen yet, but we'll keep things cooking. What are you all in chat, or if you're watching on YouTube, what are you guys most excited about from our Twilight Masquerade set? I have to say, with the results from Japan, I am really starting to get hyped up about this Dragapult EX, and this is our first Dragapult EX of the opening so far. Look at this guy. Wow. Dragapult is a very popular Pokemon. You know, turns out. There was a Dragapult VMAX, which was a Tier 1 deck for a short while during the COVID era of the Pokemon TCG. And now we've got a new Dragapult, which is also looking like it's going to be a Tier 1 deck during its time in the Pokemon TCG. What is creatures like so much about Dragapult? Some Pokemon have never gotten a good card, and yet Dragapult gets multiple good cards in just a couple of years. I guess Dragapult does rate pretty cool on the, on the scale of cool new Pokemon. But what if this was like a Dragonite EX? How cool would that be? I don't know. Dragapult is gnarly, though. It's got 320 HP in the attack that does 200 damage, and 6 damage counters to your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. Just a very, very solid card. This is the first of 3 that I will probably need to start building my own Dragapult EX deck. So glad to get that checked off the list. What dragon Pokemon would you guys like to see in the chats? If there could be a tier 1 dragon Pokemon that got printed in our next set. Another Hearthflame Mask, Ogerpon EX. Cool. Giratina as a dragon. That'd be cool. There's already a Giratina. There's Giratina V-Star. Man. Baxcalibur Dragon type. That'd be cool. Oh, Hydrapple's on its way. Yeah, Hydrapple will probably be sick. Flygon. Honestly, Flygon. Let's freaking go! Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Yes, the gold Buddy Poffin. I love gold. I live for gold shiny cardboard. Yes. Woo! Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, that's fine. Just gonna give that a little, a little spit shine there. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, well, that's my Buddy Poffin now, chat. That's right. Going straight into the gym leader challenge deck. Don't ask me what the science is behind licking the card and then putting it in a protective sleeve. All right. Nice. We got our first Frostlass. Frostlass has an ability that places a damage counter on each other Pokemon in play with an ability except for any Frostlass in between turns. So this can really add up against ability-reliant decks. But in Japan right now, Dragapult EX appears to be the big bad deck to deal with, and Dragapult EX does not have an ability. So maybe Frostlass will pop up and, be useful once the Dragapult EX hype kind of clears. Another Thwackster. Wellspring Mat. Nope. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX number 2. That's cool. Would like to get 4 of these if we can, as it does have a nice ability. Got another Pheasantipity Art Rare. That is our first double on the Art Rares There are 12 different art rares that I'd like to pull out of this set, and usually I fall a little bit short opening 6 booster boxes, but this one's really neat. I'm sure I'll be able to trade it away. Never call Ogerpon a guy ever again. Guy is gender neutral, all right? Listen, I'm from the Midwest. Guy is super gender neutral, all right? Are the Ogerpon gendered? Yeah, like dude. Yeah, dude and guy. Definitely gender neutral terms, for sure. Yeah, what's up, guys, is the same meaning as howdy, y'all, right? It's a 100% female. Oh, so she's a dude. Got it. Yes. Got it. Yeah, she's a little guy. Yeah. She's a dude. Got it. I'm a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Hey. You learn something new every day. I did not know. Most legendary Pokemon are genderless, though, right? So, that is something new that I have learned. Let's go! Our first Ogie Dogie Holo Rare. Let's go. Really hype on this card. This card has got an ability that gives it 100 more hit points and makes its attacks do 100 more damage when it has a darkness energy attached. And you can just use like a rainbow energy or something of the sort to pay for its ability and its attack cost at the same time, which is super neat. Love this card. Oh, not the art rare, unfortunately. Blissey number 2. Haven't seen a Palafin EX yet. That's a EX we're missing, but Blissey is super sick. I would like to pull 4 Blissey if I can, so that I can try and build a quad Blissey deck. What do I do with all the Japanese bulk? I keep it in a box with the hopes of getting rid of it one day. I keep it all in a box in the corner of my studio. That is a new, yep. This guy. Poison fella. Toxic poison guy. Brute Bonnet, yes. New Brutus just dropped. Dracloak number 3. The Whistle. What do I do with all this? What do I do with all this Japanese bulk? Honestly, it kind of just sits and accumulates. There's not an easy way to get rid of all of this Japanese bulk, as I have quite a bit of it. Multiple 5 revs. Thank you, Just Press Play, for the sub in the 9 months. And thank you, Jeffrey, for that sub as well. Another Heatran. Yo, Timber! Look at him. Helping everybody out. Being a good helper. Oh, yeah. I trust that this Timber is making a fair wage with health benefits and a nice retirement plan and is of a legal age to be working. Just looking out for Pokemon's rights, okay? Anytime I see them working, I want to make sure that they're unionized, you know? The Pokemon ought to be unionized. Just saying. Make sure that their workers' rights are protected. Well, in the Pokemon universe, we do know that there is free healthcare, okay? The Pokemon centers, they are free and instantaneous, which is very nice. Pokemon are not property, they are friends. Your Pokemon are partners. They are friends. And don't you ever forget it. Looking out for Pokemon's rights after I take it from its natural habitat to lock it in a tiny ball and keep it in a computer. Oh, no. No, they love it in their Pokeballs, guys. Come on, man. They love it. They would rather be in their Pokeballs. All right, the worst reality is honestly Pokemon Go has the darkest timeline when I catch the Pokemon and it's like, oh yeah, I'm just grinding those babies up. I catch the Pokemon, I grind them into dust. I catch the Pokemon, I grind them into dust. Straight to the grinder. Oh my God. So what you're telling me is that Timber is just helping out the construction workers because Timber's just a good guy who are, another dupe? All right, watch roll number 2. So Timber's just helping out those construction workers with that big laborious construction project because they're all just really good friends and Timber could just leave whenever he wants to, but is choosing this. That's the reality we're living in? Do police dogs get paid? They ought to. They get free health care. They get fed. Let's take your kid to work day. I don't know. That Timber looks like it's doing an awful lot. I don't know. Some Pokemon can talk, okay? You ever heard a Slowking talk? There we go. Scoop up Cyclone number 2. Pokemon are like... They're really intelligent, okay? Yeah, Slowking like full on... Meowth like talks? Listen. I don't know when they decided in the Pokemon universe that like Pokemon were just going to like talk, right? But that certainly like breaks down a lot of communication barriers. Like Pokemon and brings up a lot of questions. One Meowth talks. That's all. That's all it takes. You're telling me. Okay, so what you're telling me, if one dog could talk and have a philosophical conversation with you, that would change everything. That would have huge implications, all right? It doesn't matter if 3 dogs can talk, if only one. All it would take is one. Tell you what, if one squirrel started talking to me, bro, I'd look at every single squirrel. I'd look at every single squirrel differently, bro. If I had one squirrel like reasoning and arguing with me, it'd be messed up. I don't know that I could go outside again. I'm saying the Pokemon universe is complicated. All right? Some of them talk. They need rights. I'm just looking out for Pokemon's rights. Thank you, Ghost of Gengar. Is that like the plot of Team Plasma? In box number 2, we got another Scoop Up Cyclone and Blissey. We pulled our very tasty gold Buddy Buddy Poffin, our first Dragapult EX, and we did get this very hard-working Timber art rare, along with a dupe art rare, Wattrel, and Pheasantipity. Is that the plot of Team Plasma? That's super meta. I like that. That's meta and fun. What's like the... Team Plasma uses the guise of Pokemon Liberation to attempt to take over the world with their Pokemon. That's hilarious. I like that. That's fun. Well, it's fun because it's meta, right? Like, obviously, it's all made up. It's just fantasy, so it's fun. But, like, thinking about the lore is kind of funny, a funny and fun exercise, because it doesn't always add up. Like, when you think about the Pokemon eating themselves, like, or eating each other, right? Like, it's kind of messed up, man. And when you think about humans eating the Pokemon too, also kind of messed up. Just saying, okay? Like, Pokemon definitely get ate. So, as someone who is a huge Pokemon fan, I just like kind of like asking questions and teasing about the lore, because the lore doesn't always add up. And it doesn't have to. It's just a funny game, right? I mean, really, don't read too much into it. It's Pokemon, right? We're battling mythical creatures. Yeah, but that being said, it's kind of funny. So Toro stakes exist in the show? Are you serious? Not Tauros. But what Pokemon is it okay to eat? And Pokemon do eat each other, right? Like, it's like confirmed that Pokemon do eat each other, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Magikarp gets ate on the regular. Yeah, Pokedex entries talk about Pokemon eating Pokemon all the time. Right. Yeah. Team Rocket was cutting off Slowpoke tails to eat in like Gen 2. I know! And people were buying them. Tatsugiri literally invites you to eat him. The minute you start questioning Pokemon logic, then you have to wonder why there's a flying magnet. Well, yeah, see?
So that. Oh, that's fun. How ridiculous. Will I pull Full Art Carmine? Either one. There we go. New prediction. Let's go. Boop. Box number 3. There's our second Ogie Dogie. Yo, Jesse in the chat. Are you available next Wednesday for us to do a tabletop stream, Jesse? Trying to put these cards to use. Heck yeah. All right, we got Jesse booked for next Wednesday. Let's go. This Clefable is so good. It's got the metronome attack, which allows you to just straight up copy the defending Pokemon's attacks for 2 colorless energy. So, very cool card. New Chandelure 2, which is very funny and has both players draw a card. I really want the art rare Lairon. I just want Larry, man. Little Lair Bear. He's chewing on a can. How fun is that? He's just eating like a big metal can. Having a snack. Sinistra. All right. That is Sinistra. Very good. Sinistra evolves from Poltergeist. Here's another Pheasantipity. Where is my Ogie Dogie? Looking for the Ogie Dogie art rare. I desperately just want the Ogie Dogie art rare, please. That is Pheasantipity number 3. Alakazam. Blissey number 3. All right, we are well on our way to a Blissey EX deck. And our very first Palafin EX. Woohoo! Here he is, Palafin EX in all its glory. 340 HP. And the 1 energy attack, which does 250 damage. A totally broken Stage 1 Pokemon card with the small issue that it can only be put into play with the effect of Palafin's ability, which the 0 to Hero, it can only be put into play with the effect of Palafin's 0 to Hero ability, which kind of involves a switcheroo, and then you search your deck for the Palafin EX and put it into play. I think this card is really cool, and I have high hopes for it. I'm excited to start cooking with this deck to see if I can make it work in standard format.
Ooh, Sunkern. That is a really pretty artwork. How fun. Look at all the Sunkern hanging out. Is it like a kitchen window or something? That's really cool. It's got like a blue sheen to it. Oops. The art rare Sunflora is really cool. Wow, look at that. It's got like a blue sheen to it because you're kind of looking through a window at the Sunflora that are outside, maybe in the backyard, growing happily and enjoying the sunlight. Excellent. Dracloak number 4. We are complete on the Dracloak situation. Very nice. Kieran, which plays well with the Palafin EX deck. It's a supporter card that can either act as a switch or a damage mod to boost your attacks done to Pokemon V and Pokemon EX by 30. And another Hearthflame Mask Ogrepon EX. Add it to the pile. You have got to be kidding me. All right, Scoop Up Cyclone number 3. There are like 4 new ace specs or something like that in this set. There's the Scoop Up Cyclone. There's the secret box. What's in the secret box? There's the energy, and there's the. Is there one? All right. There are 3 different ace specs in this set. There's the secret box. What's in this secret? What is in the secret box? There's the energy, and there's Scoop Up Cyclone. So that is 3. And I am hoping that I can pull the new Legacy Energy in one of my remaining 3 boxes so that I can put it in the Lugia V-Star deck. Stamp and all of those were in Crimson Haze, so I already have those cards. Yeah, Stamp is in Crimson Haze. Y'all. Palafin EX. Look at him. Oh, yeah. Full Art Palafin EX is our secret rare hit in this box. This is a pretty fun full art. It's got a very proud pose. Nice Palafin EX there. What a handsome boy. And Wattrel Art Rare number 3. Lots of Wattrel today. I do really like this art rare, but I do hope that maybe I start to pull some other ones. Come on, where's the art rare Diplin? The art rare Larry? Poltergeist. Not to be confused with Sinistra. Wellspring Mask Ogrepon EX number 2. Love that Poliwhirl. Yes, no, there's not actually a Larry in this set. I just call Laron Larry. Larry the Laron. Dracloak number 5. Add it to the pile. And that's it for box number 3. In box number 3, I only got one new art rare. Sad. Sunflora. I got my 3rd Wattrel and my 3rd Pheasantipity. I did also get a 2nd Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX, which is fine. That's a very good card. And my 2nd Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon EX, or maybe it's my 3rd. I don't remember. But I did also get a 3rd Blissey and my 1st and 2nd Palafin EX, as well as my 3rd Scoop Up Cyclone. I think I'm cool on the Scoop Ups now. I would like to pull the other 2 Ace Specs, please. Quattro. Let's go. Larry. Ooh, I gotta do the prediction. Come on. What do we got here? Chansey, Volbeat, or Illumise. Our very first Stone Mask something. Ogerpon EX. Very cool. Mask of Stone. Cannot be damaged by Pokemon with abilities. Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. That's right. I was half the way there. Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. Cannot be damaged by Pokemon with abilities. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. There it is. There she is. Now that I know my lore. Kieran, full art. Cool. The brother of Carmine. He's got a nice full art card. The dual effect of either switching or increasing your damage by 30 to Pokemon V and Pokemon EX. Nice little full art pull there. Definitely love getting full art sporters, but I am ready to pull full art Carmine, please. That would be most desirable. Uh-oh. Get in the sleep. All right. There we go. Full art Carmine. Definitely the card we're looking for. Sunflora. Again. Come on. I know I can pull more than like 4 art rares. I know I can. I believe. I believe that we can do it. Dragapult EX number 2. This is a huge dub. I only need 1 more now so that I can build most of the popular Dragapult EX decks. Meat Dog. All right, this is statistically unlikely that I would have a 4th art rare Pheasantipity. All right, I was excited about the first one, even the second one. I could feign some excitement. I could feign some excitement about the second one, but the 4th one is ridiculous. There are 12. There are 12 different art rares. Our very first Luxray EX. Luxray EX has got a pretty gnarly first attack, which allows you to discard a card from your opponent's hand. And it does 120 damage. It is a stage 2, though, so you have to go through the effort of setting it up. Its second attack does 250 damage, so you could maybe disrupt and soften your opponent's Pokemon up with the first attack and then finish them off with a strong 250 damage knockouts. What do you think? You think we got the 4th scoop up net in this thing? No, come on. No, no, no. No 4th scoop up. That would be most unfortunate. Another Frostlass, very good. I'd like to see a play set of Frostlass out of these boxes so that I can build the Frostlass deck if I would like to for some tabletop gameplay. All right, folks. You think we did it? Scoop up Cyclone number 3? Number 4, I mean. We've got 3. Scoop up Cyclone number 4. Let's go! Yes! We've got the Legacy Energy. This is the one that I needed. That's what I'm talking about. Legacy Energy is a new special energy card that provides all type of energy at the same time, but only one energy at a time. So it's a rainbow energy, and it also decreases the prize count your opponent would take from knocking out the Pokemon it's attached to by 1. So a very good card, and since it is a special energy, this card slots right into Lugia V-Star decks, since you can accelerate this energy anywhere you want with Aerodactyls, with Archeops's ability. And, yeah. Sorry, wrong fossil guy, all right? Yeah. You can accelerate this energy anywhere you want onto your board with Archeops's Primal Turbo ability. So, very strong card, allows you to utilize cards like Iron Hands EX and Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX in those Lugia V-Star decks. And it's no wonder that Enhanced Hammer got reprinted at the same time that this powerful special energy was released. Let's go. We broke the scoop up Cyclone curse. Thank goodness. We've got that awesome new Legacy Energy. Yes! Oh, yeah. I'm so hype about this. Look how cool this card is. Yes, yes, yes. Honestly, these are like the most hype cards from the pulls, are these art rares. We're already seeing how tough they can be to find. You get 3 a box. There are 12. But even after opening 6 booster boxes, you are by no means guaranteed to get the ones you want. So, very hype on this pull. A lot of people say that this is a sus card because it's got a, I don't know, is this an Among Us reference or is it just a coincidence? All right, probably just a coincidence. I've never played a game of Among Us. I personally can't stand those social deduction games. They just turn into big arguments, okay, with my friends. I'm not into that. It's just arguing. It's just literally making a game out of arguing. What the heck? I'm trying to chill when I'm playing a game, not argue. But I know lots of people like those kinds of games. I get it. It's fine. I don't think this artwork's very sus. I think it's nice. I know that the arguments are the whole point of the social deduction games. But what if you don't like the whole point of a game? What if you don't? Yeah. What if you don't like the whole point? The whole point. I don't like the whole point. Very nice, Tatsugiri. Listen, the best games don't all devolve into arguments, okay? Where you're trying to bribe your friends into taking your side and things like that. That doesn't happen when you're playing the Pokémon TCG. Yeah. What if every TCG game ended with you and your opponent arguing about who was right about a thing and then trying to convince your friends that you're the right one on the right side of the argument? I was just saying. That'd be disastrous. It's like playing a game. It's like playing a game of Stall, huh? So true. Now, I've played social deduction games before. I've played like the Secret Hitler, the Resistance, stuff like that. I've played those kinds of games. They're okay, and I would be lying if I didn't say that I've like had fun playing them before. I have, you know, but like I'm over it now, right? I feel like I've played, you know, enough of the social deduction games that I kind of get what they're all about, and it's like, all right, I think I'm good on like exploring that dynamic further, right? You argue with your friends about who's right and who's wrong, and you try to figure out the secret thing in a group. Okay, got it. Blissey number 4. Quad Blissey deck coming to a tabletop gameplay near you. And another Ogie Dogie to finish box number 4 off. In box number 4, we had some great hits. We got our 4th Blissey EX, another Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. We also got our first Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, which is very important. Our first Legacy Energy, also very important. And this fun Tatsugiri, which I absolutely love. This card's going to look wonderful in my Dragon-type Gym Leader Challenge deck, that's for sure. We also got Dragapult EX, number 2 out of 3. Still need one more, but we got 2 boxes to find it, so we should be able to do that. And a Kieran Full Art. I would still like to find one more. Let's do our prediction. Going back to Art Rare Ogie Dogie. Will we find it? Box number 5. Still on the hunt for one more Dragapult EX, and another Palafin EX2 would be great to help us round out the decks we're trying to build. We did find 4 Blissey EX, so we got plenty of Blissey. But you can see how, the pull rates are easier to kind of predict in Japanese openings as compared to international openings. The sets are much smaller, right? But there is definitely still randomization involved. Like, we've only seen one Luxray EX. If I was really trying to build a Luxray EX deck, I would certainly be sweating right now because we've only seen one of those. And we do have all 4 Blissey. There's always like one card that ends up showing up in droves and one card that ends up being like very lightly represented, I feel like. And then I usually feel like I have like a healthy amount of everything else. 5 or 6 boxes is kind of what I've found that I need in order to pull all the cards that I need to build the decks. Fortunately, for Japanese booster boxes, they MSRP for about $50 a piece. So I can get 6. You can get 6 booster boxes of any Japanese set for the same MSRP as 2 booster boxes internationally. Let that sink in. Just let that marinate. 6. They're $40 MSRP. I buy them aftermarket for about $55 a piece. Yeah. I buy them aftermarket. And scoop up Cyclone number 4, baby. Let's go. Okay, scoop up Cyclone number 4. You get a scoop. They call him 4 Scoops Mahone. I've been getting my booster boxes from Plaza Japan lately. Plaza Japan, I found, has really fast service and reasonable prices and quick shipping. So that's where I've been getting my booster boxes lately, is from Plaza Japan. I found that they have some of the best international customer service, and it's just dependable. So that's where I get those from. Baiyi, I still use Baiyi for like if I'm ever looking for Japanese singles, specifically stuff that's like harder to find on eBay, and I always go to Baiyi for that. So like I do a lot of buying on Baiyi as well, but just for different stuff, right? Yeah, I've bought Japanese pants off of Baiyi. Yes. Retro cards in Japanese I buy off of Baiyi. I use Baiyi for Japanese singles, but when it comes to just like getting the booster boxes as fast as possible to release, like this is Wednesday. These boxes came on Tuesday. The set released in Japan on Friday, right? And also, you do have to be really careful when you're buying sealed products. Yes, let's go. We got our Art Rare Frostlass. That's our first one. Absolutely love that artwork. It is spooky. I love the moon in the background, the night sky. I like the old kind of traditional Japanese looking like house. I mean, you could see like the kind of the windows, the door, the flooring, everything. Just really, really neat. Love that. But yes, you do have to be very careful when buying sealed products internationally, as some of it does get like resealed, right? But that's one of the reasons why I trust Plaza Japan with that, because I've had nothing but good experiences from Plaza Japan. So I trust that their products are going to be authentic and all of that, and not tampered with when I order from them. Palafin EX, that is our third one. Excellent. But then the other thing about Buyee is that Buyee is a wonderful service, but it's also, it's like a service where like the seller in Japan ships the thing to the Buyee warehouse, and then the Buyee warehouse ships it to you. So if I'm trying to get the product as fast as possible, then I'm not going to do the runaround of Buyee. I'm probably just going to use Plaza Japan. Buyee was sponsoring my videos for years, but they are no longer sponsoring my content. Maybe sometime in the future they'll sponsor again, but they are no longer sponsoring. So right now we've got Old Faithful's Dragon Shield and Full Grip Games. And honestly, those are the only two sponsors I need. So I am very happy to shield Dragon Shield and Full Grip Games to the moon, because those two companies very much support the content that I create here, long term. I mean, Buyee was definitely a deal where it was like they were a pay-as-you-go sponsor, so like they paid like every sponsored video they paid for, right? Which made sense. I mean, it definitely helped pay the bills for a while, and I'm very thankful for the partnership I had with Buyee. But Dragon Shield and Full Grip pay me a monthly, a monthly wage, for sure. So like that is much more stable for a content creator. It's much more dependable, right? I don't need to like reach out to Dragon Shield and be like, hey, do I have to, or is it you guys okay to sponsor my videos this month? Like, I don't have to worry about that with them, right? Very dependable. Dependable like you all are dependable, chat. Dependable just like you guys. And as a content creator, having dependable support is very important. So I appreciate my sponsors, and I appreciate you all watching on YouTube, here in the Twitch chats, hanging out, vibing at the gym to help make this Pokemon TCG channel a reality. You know who else is a reality? Larry. Look at this guy. Oh, yeah. He's eating a can, bro. This is definitely the best art rare of them all. Amazing. He's chewing on a tin can. Where is he? Is he in a junkyard? Is he moving the tin can, or is he eating the tin can? Will this Lairon completely devour the tin can? Like, will it digest it? Or is he just moving it? These are the questions I have. Fascinating. This is an awesome art rare. I mean, how freaking cool is that? It's a whole barrel. I know, it's not just a can. That is an oil drum. Yes. I do think Lairon eats metal, right? That's what I'm saying. Yes. Yeah. Apparently, Aggron eats mountains? That's ridiculous. You can't eat a mountain. We got him, folks. We got him. But still, no Ogie Dogie. That is 2 out of 3 unique art rare cards so far in this box. So that is good. We've got our third Palafin EX. That is good. But we need Dragapults. Need it. I mean, like, need it. Come on, Dragapults. You know you're here. You know you want to show up, not make this last box so stressful. Oh, man. You gonna have me on number 5? It's ridiculous. Pheasantipity number 5? Man, Dragapult. If we don't get a Dragapult, all right? If we don't get a Dragapult in this last box and 3 booster packs, I'm gonna need to be up on, what, on eBay? Like, trying to rush order a Dragapult EX single. And don't you dare say proxy it, Mahone. No! I ain't proxying. I think we got one of those full arts. It's definitely a full art. The, what? The secret rare Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. Wow. Look at her. Look into her eyes. Yes. Stare into her soul as she stares back into yours. That is neat. I'm usually not a fan of like these white full arts, but like this one's kind of creepy, honestly. And the creepiness is kind of selling me on it. That's a fun card. Last pack of box 5. Luxio, Abra, and Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. Okay. Box number 6. This is why we ordered you box number 6. Because we're in need. Booster box number 6. We've got our 3 Palafin EX. We've got all of the Ogerpon we could possibly want. We've got a playset of Scoop Up Cyclone. Thank goodness. Who would have ever needed a playset of Scoop Up Cyclone? I've got a playset +1 of Pheasantipity. When we were thankful enough to be able to find 2 new art rares in that box, the Frostlass and the Larry. This is great. Those were 2 of my favorites I was hoping to pull. But we do need 1 more Dragapult EX. And it's all up to booster box number 6. All right, final prediction. Will I pull a Dragapult EX? Out of the box, 1 minute on the clock. I also would really like to find, if I could, I would really, really, really like to find a secret box. Just so I have one. Secret box would be great. We need some more background. Ah! Ah! Gengar is here for good luck on our 6th box. Thank you, Gengar, for your well wishes. Thank you, Bryn Turner, for that sub in the 6 months. Come on, Dragapult. We can do it. A Dragapult EX. Secret Illustration Rare Carmine. All right, we got our 3rd regular art Palafin EX, which is great. I do like my cards to match in the decks that I use on, in tabletop gameplay if I can. So that is really good. Tatsugiri. Definitely starting to see some Tatsugiri showing up in those Dragapult lists that I'm seeing from Japan. I think Tatsugiri will be in a whole bunch of decks. We've seen how useful Cleffa can be as a Pokemon that you can retreat into to get your game plan started. And the fact that it's searchable with Buddy Buddy Poffin just makes it all that much better. Our second Frostlass. I mean, honestly, this is a card that's kind of dope to pull multiples of, because if I did have 4, I could, make a really nice looking Frostlass spread deck. Kieran. Swirly. Okie dokie. Come on. Another Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX. Got plenty of those. We've got our ace spec in this card. There's no hiding it. You can see that sliver of pink from a mile away. Another Legacy Energy. I can't be mad. We missed the secret box, but that's okay. Honestly, the secret box is the worst one of the 3. I think secret box is kind of so bad that it might just be unplayable. The more I think about secret box, and I'm not just coping because I didn't pull it, okay? I'm not just coping. But the more I think about Secret Box, you have to discard 3 other cards from your hand in order to play it. Sometimes you're going to get Iono'd and you just can't play the Secret Box. And as a card that's supposed to be a consistency card, that really concerns me. I think the other ace specs are all much stronger. All right, what do we get here? Full Art Luxray EX. That's only our second Luxray of the opening so far. That's our secret rare of the box. Okay, that's fine. Very nice. Not a Dragapult, but a very handsome fellow. Look at him. He's nice. He's got a very strong pose. Luxray. Not a huge fan of the full arts. Honestly, most full art cards, I'm kind of on. My favorite full art of this bunch is definitely the Blissey EX full art. I already pulled a full set of the. I already pulled a play set of the Blissey. So since that's our secret rare of the box, really, there's probably only one more EX in this booster box. I could very easily miss Dragapults. Maybe I can find... No, I'm not giving up hope yet. We can pull the Dragapult. All right. Stop thinking about where to find a Dragapult between now and next week. I can get it. I can get it. We can get it right here, chat. Right here. We have to believe there is still room in this box for one more Dragapult. We just have to trust in the process. Kadabra. Sunflora, number 3. Goodness. There's still a few of those art rares that we did not get. But I did get all my favorites. So I really wanted the Diplin, though. and the Dogi. So I didn't get all my favorites. I just got some of my favorites. The Diplin and the Ogie Dogie I really would like to see. Conkle Dirt. Come on, Dragapult. Come on, Dragapult. Come on, Dragapult. No, not a 5th Blissey. No. We do not need a 5th Blissey. Not even a little bit. I think that's it. I don't think that you can pull more than 3 regular EXs. I think that's like the average. So that's probably it, which means that... No, there was one more EX, but it's the Hearthflame. No. You can pull 4. Well, you can't pull 5. You can't pull 5. All right. Unfortunate. That's fine. I will find a Dragapult. I will. Just have to go hunting around. I've got a few options. I do. I'll be able to have Dragapult built by next week. Maybe if you're watching this, yo, let's go, Chansey. If you're watching this and, you've got an extra Japanese Dragapult EX lying around and you're going to be at the Indianapolis Regional Championships and you'd like to help out a fine cause, I will purchase that off you. All right, there we go. Chansey. Hype. That is a very cool Chansey. Snorlax in the background. Blissey at the desk. And Psyduck. Ditto to Bellsprout. Thank you, Kamehamehas, for the Prime sub. You cannot use Japanese cards at English tournaments yet, but I don't know. I hope that they change that, honestly. I think that they used to allow Japanese cards and they don't anymore. So I'm gonna keep campaigning that they allow them. They used to. And then they took that right away. Final 2 booster packs. And that is it for our Mask of Change opening. We got our second Legacy Energy, our first Blissey art rare, which is very cute. 5th Blissey, Luxray full arts, and our third regular art Palafin EX. Unfortunately, this time around, the 2 Pokemon that we were short on in our opening was Luxray and Dragapult. We only opened 2 Dragapult EX and 2 Luxray EX out of our 6 booster boxes. So I'll have to find one more Dragapult EX to be able to put together most of the popular Dragapult EX deck list. Most of them are playing 3 Dragapult EX, and I think that that's the right count. So gonna have to do some hunting before next week so that I can build the Dragapult EX deck. Alrighty, right. Okay. Now, for today's stream, I actually think I'm going to pivot and do a little bit of gameplay. Usually we just do the pack openings and then we kind of disperse, but I'm kind of feeling like doing some gameplay today, as I still need to practice for the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and Yo, hiker ant. Cool. Sounds good. And all of that. Yes. Nito, I'm not running a giveaway today. My whispering on Twitch is like broken, and I kind of need to save some of my extra cards to resell just because it's like kind of a tight month because I just paid my taxes. Yeah, and it was a lot. So no giveaway today, guys. Sorry about that. But I am going to continue to stream and do a little gameplay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Taxes as a content creator. Rough time of year. All right. Yeah, it's rough time of year, folks. April. Oh, yeah. Yeah. April's tough. But that's okay. That is just fine. All right, let me put these cameras and stuff away. Also, my Twitch whispering is broken. I cannot whisper anybody on Twitch. Every time I try to whisper somebody, it tells me to confirm my phone number. And then I confirm my phone number, and then it's like, okay, you confirm your phone number. And I'm like, okay. And then I try to whisper them again, and then it's like, you have to confirm your phone number. And I'm like, I just did that! So anyways, I don't know. Twitch is like, sometimes Twitch seems helplessly broken. Like, look at the back end of Twitch here. Like, look at this. Whoa, not that. Look at that, right? It just says that I'm offline. I'm not. I already tried. It says that I'm offline and that my bit rate has just been in the red for months now for like no reason. I don't really know. But yeah, so like now it just asks me, if I go to whisper somebody, it just asks me like over and over and over and over again to put my phone number in. And it's like, and I do put my phone number in, but it never lets me actually message anybody. So I have confirmed my phone number 1 million times at this point. I keep revisiting it after a couple of weeks and being like, maybe my maybe after a couple weeks that glitch will just go away. And then I tried contacting Twitch support, and they were like, yeah, you need to put your phone number in. I'm like, I did. Every time. So like, because it was some like AI bot or something answering my request and not actually a real person. So like, yeah. So that was sick. And yeah. Anyways. My Twitch whispering is broken, so don't try to contact me that way. It's not going to work. Fantastic. Okay, let's play the game. Gotta put my camera away real quick. Ugh. Wonderful. What do you think? Chen Pao or Zard? The two decks. I haven't really played any Zard on stream, so I should. I haven't actually put in any of the work yet. I've had people asking me to play Zard. Some people have been diligently asking me. You just blind choose second, right? Any Zard heads in the chat? Are we just blind choosing second?
This is very close to Tord's list. Very close. I think it's like actually just Liam's list. Nick Rosie, are you available to grind out games today? All right, I'll let you know. Tord was saying there's only one time you choose first, and I already forget what matchup. That's so sick. Any of you guys do the Tord Metafy lesson? The masterclass? Blind second except into arc decks. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. You watched the James video? I was actually going to watch that tonight. Yeah. I saw James Cox video. He's like, how to play Charizard. I'm like, oh, yeah, I need a primer. Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm like, all right. I could use a little primer for sure. That sounds great. I've got a lot of catching up to do. I've hated Charizard for the longest time, and now I'm finally ready to admit defeat. Any of you guys do the Zach Lesage How to Check Your Prizes masterclass? Lots of masterclasses out there these days. Various useful topics. Lots to learn. All right, let's go. Very important to know how to check your prizes when playing the Pokemon TCG. Okay. So we're up against Guardy. They've got a Drifloon and a Ralt out. We're going to Iono. That's cool. I kind of want to get Clef is cool, honestly. I don't want to keep the vacuum, so we're going to do that. Oh boy. We're fine. We're fine. We're good, dude. We're good. We're so good. I think the master classes are really cool. As just like, as the game grows and there are more players looking to spend like, you know, hundreds of dollars to travel to regionals and national championships around the world, like it makes sense. You know, players want to try and get like a leg up on the game and get a little primer before they go to their event and spend lots of money traveling. And they just want to make sure that they're putting their best foot forward. And it gives an opportunity for the best players in the game to, you know, help to sustain themselves further off of the game that they invest a lot of time into, right? Personally, like my personal opinion is that you should probably only be doing a masterclass on a deck if you just like had a great placement with that deck, right? Worthy of a masterclass session. Personally, that's kind of like how I feel about it. Like if it to me, it seems like a way to like, as a way for like players who do really well with a deck
to then pass that knowledge on to other players and make money at the same time, which is great. Like, you know, not everybody can keep up like an insane stream schedule like I do. And those players should still be able to, like, you know, should still be able to make money off the game. Multiple finishes? I mean, like, multiple finishes is nice. But even if, like, say, let's see. But honestly, I think just even one finish with a deck is fine. So sick. Charizard. Exactly. So I think of it as like a way, like if JW wanted to do a masterclass on Miraidon while he was hot with Miraidon, like that would have made a lot of sense, right? Even if like Jesse wanted to do a masterclass while he was hot with Miraidon, like I think like Jesse and JW doing masterclasses on Miraidon in the fall would have been pretty cool, right? Tord doing masterclasses on Charizard makes a lot of sense. You know, if Reagan were to do a masterclass on Chen Pao, like he's been playing Chen Pao since Worlds. So like, you know, that's cool and a way for them to make money. But also, I don't really subscribe to that myself. I'm really happy that those services exist. Obviously, I've built my career on free information or like pay what you want for information. That's kind of like my career. And I like that better personally as like my own business model is just like the presentation of like free information and you can pay what you want to support it. And I support myself through sponsors, right? But I also understand that not everybody can do that either. So like, I'm glad that there are, I'm really glad that there are like multiple avenues for people to make a living in the game. And that's just like a net positive for everybody involved. It is, because you get more people into the game who can't do like a 9-to-5, you know, streaming YouTube like schedule or anything like that. And you also have people who can't afford the time to watch through, you know, hours of stream VODs a day or anything like that, right? So like they just want like the 1 hour session and they'll just pay whatever that is, right? You know, you want the 2 hour session, right? Because all I got's 2 hours, right? Like I got 2 hours the week before a big tournament and I want coaching from like a guy who's just done it, right? So like, so yeah, to me, it's like, it's great that there are just multiple avenues to support people who exist in the game and put a lot of time into the game, right? So it's really good for that. That being said, I am also very wary of grifting masterclasses, okay? I want to make sure there's nobody out there grifting people. Because there's a lot of that information can just be divulged for free, right? So, gotta look out for those grifters out there. And people trying to cash in on hype. Wouldn't want to see any of that. But where there is money involved, people will always try to cash in on hype. So, you know, people are just out here trying to make ends meet like anybody else. But
You feel me? But I think as an avenue for people who who just had big finishes with the deck, to be able to share what they learned from a tournament with other people, it's because prize money is one thing, right? But honestly, with the amount of time that goes into being a top-level Pokemon TCG player right now, the tournament winnings, are they're nice, but they ain't supporting you full-time, dog. As evidenced by even Tord does master classes, right? Because Tord has other supplemental incomes. Even somebody who's winning incredible amounts of tournaments still needs to supplement their income somehow, right? And the way I see the master classes are a great way for the most successful players in the game to supplement their income even further, right? Which is great. It's great because there's so much time that you have to put into becoming one of the best players in the game right now. And you should be able to help supplement that time, or help to turn that time invested into. All right. My freaking Pidgey, bro. What you doing? Okay. That's cool. Heat tackle? There's no point to put up a heat tackler right now. I don't think so. Right? They're already on odd prizes. But maybe I'm tripping. Nick says, do I think sponsors could fill that role? Well, that's the thing I've always said about... All right, so sponsorships are a whole thing in the Pokemon TCG. And honestly, most Pokemon players cannot drive enough traffic or have a big enough audience to be able to adequately bring enough business to the table for a potential sponsor to warrant being paid. So there are very few people who have big enough audiences and dependable enough audiences in the Pokemon TCG to warrant long-term sponsor relationships, right? And you can't just show up to an event and wear a sponsor's t-shirt and drive traffic. That's not how it works, right? Our community is very small, and there's oh, you definitely have to be a content creator for sure. Yeah. But when you're talking about sponsorships, right? Our community does have the huge benefit of the fact that you don't have to get a sponsorship from You don't have to get a sponsorship from like some random company. Like you don't need like an energy drink sponsorship. You don't need like the Factor sponsorship. You don't need a NordVPN sponsorship. Because the game that we play has tangibles that need sold, right? So you can just get a game store sponsorship. And also the cards that you play with, they need sleeved and protected and stored and things like that. So then the sleeves and accessory sponsorship, it all makes sense. It makes much more sense than like getting all these random sponsors. So honestly, the way that I've built Tricky Gym is like, yeah, I mean, Tricky Gym is partnered with Full Grip Games, and Full Grip Games is synonymous with Tricky Gym. We grew together. Like I helped Full Grip grow. Full Grip helped me grow. Like, I mean, we're very much like kind of one and the same. My wife manages Full Grip Games' Pokemon side of the business. You know, I mean, we're literally, it feels like the family business for me, which has helped like with the stability of content creation and the channel and all of that. But like Pokemon players just wanting to earn a quick buck by wearing a t-shirt, like that's not really how it goes. Thank you, Mr. Misters, for that sub and the 3 years. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, my studio is literally in Full Grip Games. You know, and when I took a risk, dang, that's crazy. When I took a risk, you know, quitting my job to pursue content creation and stuff like that, Full Grip was like the Full Grip is what helped that to become a reality. Okay, so we need a law here. We very much want the vacuum. All right, let's see what we can do. Not much. So I can V-star for... Huh. I can heat tackle this with a Defiance Band for knockout, which is fine. Let's just go get the collapsed. I think I'm going to go get the collapsed and just take this knockout and then figure out, like, maybe do like a crazy play next turn. Try to do a crazy play next turn. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is risky, but it's fine. I don't want to give them any targets for like a 2-prize turn. And there's Radzard. Okay. It's all coming together. Come on. This game has been very scuffed. All right. As you can see, I'm really flubbing my way through it. But this is how broken Charizard is. I barely know what I'm doing, bro. And we're chilling. There's still a chance. There's always still a chance, dude. When obtaining sponsorship, do they typically always come to me or do I go to them? Both.
But both of the best sponsorships I have, Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield, I reached out to them. I mean, there's definitely people who try to reach out to me, but the sponsorships that I wanted are ones that I went out and got. Like, I showed up to Full Grip one day 6 years ago and was like, no, I showed up to Full Grip Games, a shop that had, like, you know, they knew of me, but was just getting started. And I was like, look, I want to quit my job and become a full-time content creator. Can we work something out? And we worked out this deal where basically, like, they would build me a studio and I kind of would, like, work on my videos part-time at the shop and then also kind of, like, work at the shop part-time. And then that, after about 8 months of doing that kind of hybrid deal where it was like kind of half and half, I didn't have to work at the shop anymore and just got cut loose to just advertise. Yeah, I think my mistake this game was getting the Cleffa out. I just like the Cleffa, all right? Does Full Grip Games get that much extra traffic because of me? Absolutely. So, to give you an example, when Full Grip Games started, nobody on an international level had ever heard of Full Grip Games. Full Grip Games was a very small shop that did local business in Akron, Ohio. And nobody ever visited fullgripgames.com. Ever, actually. But now, fullgripgames.com, we probably have about a dozen buy lists of all. We have a dozen buy lists arrive every day at the shop. That's 12 different people selling their bulk to Full Grip. Every single day, we get packages, right, of people selling their bulk to Full Grip Games. Also, we have about, like, anywhere between 10 to 50 online orders a day that are directly from fullgripgames.com. Whereas that's not people buying through TCG Player or anything like that. Those are people that are actually going to fullgripgames.com to buy their cards, which is a huge help because TCG Player takes 15% of your sale off of every sale. You know, I appreciate that. And anybody that calls out, Tricky Jim on the questionnaire, that's really helpful. So I very much appreciate that. I'm not feeling so good about this, Scoob. But I can still do it. It is possible. Should I use the boss? No. All right. Incisors for 2. Okay. So I'm thinking we've got Arvin. We saved the boss. Yeah, we Arvin for vacuum. Should it be vacuum? I could get rare candy. We're going to get vacuum. Yes, we're going to get vacuum. Okay. No, I'm going to take the double knockout, and then I'm going to say I'm hitting rare candy Pidgeot, get the Charizard back out, take a final knockout next turn. Something like that. That's asking a lot, okay? But I trust. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm not putting a 2-prizer into play. That's a mistake. Okay. Now it's a little bit tough. A little bit of a tough situation. The Ionos to 1. We've got Beeb. Yo, yeah. If you want to find out more about selling your bulk to fullgripgames.com, just check out fullgripgames.com and go to the buy list. Yeah, people sell their full grip games to bulk. Like people sell their bulk to full grip games every single day, and it's you can sell it for cash or store credit, and it really helps to keep up us in business and helps to support the content that I do here. Because you think about it, like how do card shops get an inventory, right? Do they open every single card that's in their inventory? No. So card shops get inventories to sell by buying cards. And that's one of the biggest things that I do for Full Grip. How come shops buy bulk? What's the catch? To fill their inventories. That's why shops buy bulk. There is no catch. It's just like, you ever seen like a retro video game store? Where they buy video games? It's the same thing. Yeah, people mail their bulk to Full Grip. Yeah. In like flat rate boxes, yeah. We are in Ohio. Yeah. Yeah, and if you want to sell your bulk to Full Grip, you can bring your bulk to Indianapolis, 100%. Yeah, we're a little bit cooked here, but we were close. Well, the thing about bulk Pokemon cards is that like I sell my bulk to Full Grip, right? Do I want to go online, like as an individual, do I want to go online and sell like this Luxio card for 15 cents? Do I want to sell this Clefable card for 10 cents? Like, no, I don't, right? As an individual, that takes too much time. But you know who does want to go do that is a card store, right? So it's like, yeah, if you want to get the best bang for your buck, then go on eBay and sell every single card you own. That will take you an eternity. So if you want to just get, if you want to get a predetermined deal for your cards and save yourself a whole lot of time, you can sell them to a store like Full Grip Games. And then there's also the fact that, like, just because you list a card online to sell doesn't mean that it's going to sell, right? So, like, then you have to wait for somebody to buy it. Where card stores front you the money. Yeah, card stores front you the money, right? And they take the risk of having to sell the card. That's part of the deal. I think we're bodied here. We need to find like Boss, Rod. I mean, we have to find so much. But it is technically possible. We did not find it all. They technically need a boss to win if I go Rare Candy Pidgeot. Or they need like, yeah, they technically need a boss to win. So I guess there's a chance.
Yes. So we're going to Ultra Ball these away. Yeah, and we're going to go get Pidgeot and Pidgeot Roxanne. Yeah. We got plenty of candies left. We've only used one. Yeah. Okay, and I think we're benching the Charmander because it one-hit KOs anything on their board. And we just want to Roxanne them to 2 and hope they don't have it. And I've used my counter catcher and my, yeah. Okay. Boss Ninja? Is it better to Boss Ninja, or you think it's better to Boss Ninja than Roxanne? 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, they might not be able to retreat it, right? Like 9 energy? Did they Turo already? No, they have not Turoed yet. They have all 4 Iono down. So they have Turo still. Okay. Oh, we have to boss the ninja. Yeah. Because they could knock me out with this Drifloon, right? They could do 300 damage with that thing. So we have to do this. And just hope they don't have it, right? Yeah, you can't Roxanne because they could just retreat into Drifloon and knock out Pidgeot. I forgot about that. Yeah. So we just have to hope that they don't have the Turo. And the Turo could very easily be in the bottom 4 cards of the deck. Oh, correct to just draw with Cleffa. You're right. It is correct to just draw with Cleffa. Yeah, for sure. Because like if they retreat, they win regardless. So yeah. So let's go. You see what I'm saying though? Charizard can just win anything, dude. Charizard can win anything. Any game, bro. It's never over. That's how broken this deck is. Do you see? Dang, bro. That's crazy. It's broken. Like, look at that. Thank you, Haunter. Exactly what's been happening to me. And that kind of garbage has been happening to me for like the last 3 weeks. That's all. It's just constant, right? Where I'm like, oh, I think I win. Dang it. Right. Constantly. Thank you, Dr. Keith Talent, for the sub and the 52 months. Appreciate it. Bro, nuts. That game was so scuffed, man. The whole game was so scuffed, and it doesn't matter. Like, you remember that game that James won against me when I was playing Dino Box the other day? He literally, like, passed, and I decked out after, like, finessing a whole bunch. He had a terrible start.
But that's exactly how it goes. That's how the deck wins like all of its games. And now I just need 6 hours of Zard Mirrors. Fantastic. Zard's the best aggressive, mid-range, and control deck. Yep. I just need to, like... And the best comeback deck. Yes, yes, yes. Going first against Arc. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's go, dude. All right, we've got the Beebs. We've got the Doofski. We've got the Pidgey. All right. Alrighty then. Got the Prime. We've got 5, 6, far. Okay. Charizard's at least a thinking deck. I used to think Charizard was mindless, and it kind of was. I feel like Charizard's gotten way more complicated. Maybe just my perception of Charizard has changed, but like Charizard used to just seem like a deck that was just like, all right, you set up Charizard, you just swing every turn. Angry Korean lady, we did win the Guardy game, yeah. We firmly inserted the banana into the tailpipe, and it worked. Yeah, it felt like Arctura before, now it feels like Guardy. I agree with that, yes. This is the new Gardevoir deck. Yo, you're not supposed to judge me like that. That's messed up. Now I need a top deck. Yeah, we got a trusty top deck coming right up. It's not 4 cards, it's 5. See? Okay. Zebra. Okay. I'm thinking, yeah, we just get Arvin, make sure the stone is in here. Yeah, it is. Okay. We got Defiance Band. Choice Belt, not here. Okay. Well, okay, so like, you know, we've got things we can do. Like, but I need to stabilize my board, right? So like what? I could go get Pidgeot, right? That's fine. And then we Pidgeot for like, honestly, I'm okay like using Pidgeot for like Cleffa or something and just drawing cards because we definitely want to set up the Pidgeot, but Pidgeot for Beeb is also fine. But like the Beeb could get knocked out. So we could Ultra Ball. Oh, I'm going to get the Pidgeot first. Okay, yeah, Pidgeot. Okay. And we could get... Yeah, let's just get that guy. Thank you, Lunatonian. for the sub in the 8 months. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, yeah, I've got a Charmeleon. That feels really good. I've got the Pidgeot. That feels really good. Cleffa seems really nice here. And we put it into the active spot. And then if they, like, Gust and knock out Luminion, then we just got Defiance Band and stuff and can do all sorts of gnarly, nasty stuff. I should have gotten the Buddy Poffin, yeah, but it's cool. All right, there we go. Thank you, Lunatonian and Windstreak. Appreciate it. This is Arctina. This is not just like Arc Disruption. Maybe I play that differently if it's Arc Disruption, but this is... They might judge. That's fine. Even if it's just... My hand was Roxanne, was literally just Roxanne, okay? Even if my hand gets judged, it's better than what my hand was. Yeah, thank you, Lunatonian. Thank you, Windstreak1. Thank you for the subs. Thank you. Yeah, it's Judges and Ionos. And honestly, this hand is not that great. So, like, if I do get judged or Iono, plus I have a Charmeleon right here with an energy on it. Like, that's fine. And if they're not bossing this turn, then, like, I get a chance to remove the Luminion too. That's what I'm saying, Trevor. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think like slow and steady is kind of the name of the game with Charizard, right? That's kind of what being on the other side, playing against it, I've noticed that the most successful Charizard players are the ones who just set up an invincible board. And then you're kind of destroyed. All right, so my Pidgeot is gone. Sure, man. I didn't need that thing anyway. Cool. It's like... Huh. Yeah, it's honestly just nuts. Such a insane deck. We just go Prime Catcher, knock out the Arceus. Yeah, this guy. Yo, and the second Charmeleon, that's crazy. But I don't know that I can afford to keep the second Charmeleon. Yeah, Beep. Yeah, we could have gotten Beep. It's fine. We just go... Yeah, we have to get rid of that. That's fine. I could Ultra Ball for B, but that just seems bad. Like, because then I have to hit the Charizard. Like, I'd rather just go get the Charizard, save the Verkini Pidgeot for next turn. And we take our 2 prizes, but it's Prime Catcher. So I think we're just going to get the Charizard. That's fine. We're vibing, dude. We're chilling over here. Got to remember to bounce all over the screen before we accelerate our energies to our Pokemon. Have to remember that. God forbid we don't bounce all over the screen first. If they take another 2 prizes, I can go up with Radzard, so I don't actually think I want to accelerate all these energy. Probably just the 1. And do 240. If they go leaves now, then I go Radzard. That's fine. That's why I left the option. That's why I left the energy in the deck, so that we could Radzard. I need to remove the Luminion from play. That's part of it. I know that. They can't max belt. They already prime catchered. Remember how my Pidgeot got melted? Yeah, remember what happened to my Pidgeot, bro? Okay, so they go Luminion here. That's fine. And then I need them. This is tough. This is tough. They've really been able to go tit for tat on everything that I've had. Because, like, even if I rare candy into Pidgeot on this final turn, they could still just boss win with, like, and they've got 2 Bibarel set up. I mean, they kind of just have everything, right? If I boss the Tina, yeah, this is tough. Arm for Nest Ball and Choice Ball, yeah, that's good. Might not hit Grass Gust. I mean, dude, they're drawing so many cards. The problem is they can knock out both Pidgeot and Charizard next turn. They're just putting so much grass energy into play that they can use their... Yeah. The routes are, like, always there, but they are sketchy. Because they have so much energy in play. They can obviously leaves for game. So, like, I don't think... Or they could boss Pidgeot for game, right? I don't think there's, like, a world where... I don't think there's a world where we have it. I mean, they've played 1 boss in Prime Catcher. Yeah, I think I'm just destroyed. Just kind of like going through the motions here. I think they just have it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was correct to... Radzard Defiance Band. Yeah. Dang. This is like the one thing it feels like Arceus does well. I'm never worried about Arceus decks when I'm playing. You know, I'm never worried about Arceus decks when I'm playing any other deck, but that was kind of nasty, not gonna lie. You know, that's exactly what Arctina is supposed to do. You got the Prime Catcher, you knock out the Pidgeot. They did everything they're supposed to do, right? And then they boss Pidgeot game, right? Like, it's tough. It's tough. And we didn't set up very fast. So, like, they definitely... I was not expecting the Prime Catcher lost impact on my Pidgeot like that. Dude, they're going to draw out their entire deck. No, they had the leave. The leaves doesn't. They need boss, though, is what they're going for. All they need is boss. They're going to see almost the entire deck. But it would have been sick if they missed, though. Yeah, that's tough. Well, if they can... So if Arceus can initiate the trade like that, then they're just going to win. Because they can go 2-4-6. I'm trying to go 2-4-6. It's tough. I think ultimately that game I needed to prioritize the Bibarel so that I could play it. So that I could operate without Pidgeot. And I think that was like a lesson learned the hard way. So I think that the turn I went for Cleffa, I think I needed to go for Bibarel instead. Which is fine. It does feel bad to be playing the deck that everybody's trying to beat, which is something unfortunate about Charizard. Because everybody is trying to beat it. Arc Armarouge. All right. Easy money. Let's do a prediction. Okay. Arvin. Wonderful. Stone and the Buddy. We've got Bidoof Bibarel. We've got Pidgeot. We've got Cleffa. Or we just go Stone on the Rotom. Probably just doing Stone on the Rotom. Yep. And then gonna draw some extra cards. Okay, so we want buddies. We're gonna go get Charmander Pidge. And then we Heat Tackle. That's fun. No, I could Heat Tackle. Does the Heat Tackle math matter? No, it does not. So, okay, yep. Let me go here. Do that. Do that. Do that. Charge! Okay. Cool. That seems fine. Oh, yeah. You lose for sure. Game over. Pack it up. Pack it up. Pack it in. Let me begin.
Not you. Get up. Stand up. Come on, put your hands up. I came to get down. I came to get down. Not going to need this card for very long, actually. Yeah, you never take that knockout, as funny as that is. Because you're just like, they always are going to they're just licking their chops ready to punish you. Got to make sure you bounce all over the screen first. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Whippy! Okay. Wonderful. Seems good. I could have used Defiance Band now and saved the belt. Sure, but like the belt stays good and the Defiance Band gets bad instantly, right? Whereas this, so like I know this Charizard's not going anywhere, right? So it's going to keep the tool attached to it. So now I'm like, I'm happy that it's you see what I'm saying? It's like you'd rather have the band attached there, or the belt or whatever. If I heat tackle turn 1, the Arc player doesn't take the KO, then I can still knock out with Charizard and Choice Belt. The reason why it still felt incorrect to heat tackle was because that's only if they don't evolve. You're not going to assume that an Arceus player is not evolving their active on turn 2. That's like never the correct assumption to make. You're not like, well, if they dead draw, like, no, you got to assume that they're setting up, they're evolving, right? Right. I mean, it could be relevant. Sure, it could be, but you have to weigh what's actually likely. Yeah, assume your opponent always has the nuts. Right. Sometimes, as the games wane on, though, you have to just say, you know what? I hope they don't have it. I mean, how often is that? That's literally the Pokemon TCG. It's like, yeah, well, you know, you try to hedge your bets and get, you know, put your opponents in as compromising of a position as possible. But then sometimes you just have to be like, well, hope they don't have it. Come on, TCG Live. Come on. Nobody wants to play against me. So sad. I'm going to restart the client. While I restart the client, I'm going to take a quick break when I get back. More Pokemon TCG action coming right at you. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, as well as dragonshield.com. Supporting my sponsors supports the channel. We'll be right back. Thanks for being here. All right, we are back. Well, let's go. Thank you for the patience. I'll try one more, and then Nick, do you want to play some games versus Tina? Thank you, Ice Cubus, for the sub in the 2 months. I could get some games in versus Tina, sure. Cool. What's your screen name, Nick? Looks like maybe matchmaking is broken, or there's just nobody playing. What's your screen name, Nick? Let's add each other. All right. I love you guys. I want you all to know I love you all. I love you all very, very much. Okay, I do. But I need you to stop friend requesting me. Okay. I love you guys dearly. I do, but there's too many, all right? There's too many. And I can't accept everybody. Is it just Nick Rosie? That's easy. All right. Create an overlay that hides my name. I've been using this screen name for like 6 years. Yeah, it's ain't nothing to hide. Also, I don't care that much. I don't. But it'd be one thing if denying friend requests was very easy, but like it does take longer than I would like. So I just have never done it. All right, here we go. Need a decline all. I understand why they didn't put a decline all function into the thing. It's not usually. It's probably not a top priority. It makes sense. I still have TCGO on my dock. Never forget. Never forget, chat. Never forgets. Friends. All right, Nick, are you on? This man is grinding. Jesse, what you doing, bro? What is the there you are. Challenge friend. Can I not challenge you now? That's so crazy. All right. So now do I have to log off and log back on? Okay. At what point do you have to log off and log back on? Now? Apparently, in order to get a friend on TCG Live, you have to restart the application. I know that much, but I haven't, honestly, I haven't done it enough to where I know. I don't know at what point in the sequence of events that, like, the relog is... All right, here we go. I don't know at what point the relog is necessary. Like, when you just send it or after you become friends, then you need to turn it off, turn it back on. So sick. Anyways, here we go. Let's go. Prediction. Okay, playing against Tina with Zard. That's the matchup we're trying. Tina v Zard. And I have no Jirachi in the deck currently. So let that inform your decision. Jirachi is for cowards. That's what I'm saying. I ain't afraid of no Sableye. All right. I'm sure the Jirachi is quite good against Sableye. 100%. You probably want that card, huh? Yeah, this is looking mighty sus. Yeah, real bad, actually. It's cool. It's a top deck, though. The top deck is everything. I love it when, like, the will I win prediction, it's got 40 seconds left. We've got, like, everybody predicting no. And then, like, I'll top deck Arvin. And then it's like, dang, he's in it. Nespa. I mean, honestly, just as good. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're going to charge. Let's go. The one of Nest Ball coming in clutch. Love to see it. And we instant charge for 3. Nick's got the Colress. All right. Oh, there's the Bennett, huh? Okay. Letting that thing go. What's the optimal Charmander split? Is it just this one that does 30? I'm so, like, not a Charizard head that I do not know. Like a 3-1 split? Is that what we're rocking? Three Heat Tackle, 170. Okay, did we just see the Abyss Seek? That's what we got? All right. Extremely cool. Up to 7 cards down. And okay. It's fine. Yeah, we got a Pidgeot for Arvin. I just was trying to figure out what to discard. Yeah. Pidgeot for Arvin, and the stone is in here. Yes, it is. Very good. Okay, Arvin, and we got the stone and the candy. Go here. Star Alchemy. We're going to get the Zard. And we're going to rare candy Zard. And do it. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. It's cool. And then Burning Darkness. Let her rip. Okay. It's possible that Nick could get up to 10 cards next turn in the Lost Zone and V-Star me. That is very possible. We are, of course, hoping that that does not occur, but I'm kind of thinking that it will. Could leaves, for sure. Those are both options. This is supposed to be like a great matchup for Tina. This is supposed to be Tina's bread and butter matchup. But apparently, Tord beat Bradner in the finals of VUIC. So, like, who knows? Who the heck knows? So the 2-1 Bennett line, the puppet offering. I'm curious if Nick is just playing Bradner's list. It looks like it, judging by the Bennett and stuff. Oh, Bradner didn't have the water energy. Okay. And Nick clearly does. So not exactly Bradner's list, but taking some things from it. All right. That is a big hand. 14 cards. 11 cards in the Lost Zone. Already, right? Giving me the pouty face. Oh, it's because you didn't find the cards you needed. Did ya? But you know who always finds the cards they need? Charizard. Because Charizard, and that's the thing, even the decks, and that's why I say, bro, even the decks that are supposed to beat Charizard don't always beat Charizard. It's so stupid, bro. Yeah, man, like, Even the decks that are supposed to just destroy this deck. All right, I'm going to bring up my Rodham. Okay. And lost my Manaphy. That is rude, man. Just totes rude. Okay. And there are just a bunch of ways that setting up two Charizards really good. We definitely want to get this guy evolved up into a Charizard. I'm thinking and then get Charizard. Yeah, that's probably just fine. Quick search. That's probably cool. My choice bounce not around, but like we'd keep that as an option. Do that. Bounce all over the screen first. Very good. We want to do that. Lots of that. Accelerate that energy. Prime catcher. Huh. You've taken 3 prizes. Oh, yeah, we're chilling. Just take that knockout, and we'll do it with the fresh one. That's fine. And start our trade. And I guess I could have just gotten counter catcher there. Then I wouldn't have. I get to save the energy in hand, which the energy in hand is pretty good, I guess. But yeah, counter catcher would have also been good. So tough to say. I'm assuming they take this knockout. Blast my Charizard to smithereens. That's fine. And we're going to start trading 2-4-6, right? So oh, I could have KO'd the undamaged one. Yeah. Well, I guess. Yeah, I should have KO'd the undamaged one. I think so. Yeah. I guess there's an argument like my choice is prized, and like I could save this for Charizard or for Radzard at the end of the game. I guess I don't know, but I guess yeah, I probably should have just killed. I forgot that they took a prize, frankly, so that was me tripping. Yeah, I probably won't put out another Tina. Yeah. The Defiance Band does get the KO on that Tina regardless, like next turn. So I guess, right? Like it's. I probably should have just knocked out the. Yeah. Because like this Defiance Band is going to help me knock out this Tina too, but I probably should have just taken the clean one, right? Yeah, because it just gives me more options. So I think I'm getting smacked by the Tina V-Star, right? And then they're going to go to 3. And then I'm going to take that knockout, Roxanne, go to 2. And then I got to like Turo stuff. Or attack with Radzard, right?
So this seems fine. Yeah, and then obviously, dang, Tina. Okay. Smacking me with a V-Star. That's cool. I go up with Damaged Fella, and I'm going to Defiance Band KO, but not. Now, what's better, Roxanne or Iono? Roxanne, for sure. For sure. Okay. Do that. They do have Sableye in the back pocket, so when I bench this Charmander, I definitely need to switch over and have a 70 hit point Charmander. I mean, that's just, I think that was just a error in my deck construction. But that's where Jirachi is so good, right? I have to put down the Charmander. I have to put down one Charmander. All right, fine. And then the board doesn't matter because it's got a jet on it. So then we have Roxanne. Oh, energy to him for sure, for sure. But I guess I have more flexibility of where I put that energy if I just save it, right? Then we take this KO, and I kind of want to also put Radzard in play so that I could just, well, I guess, because they could Roxanne me back, I guess. So kind of want to Ultra Ball away. These guys. I'm not going to forget the Pidgeot. Yeah. We get Radzard. And then that's pretty good. As far as energy goes, we could stand to put a couple energy back into the deck with Rod. That's probably okay. Quick search. I think the last piece I really want might be just the Manaphy back out. I think that's fine. I could get a Turo preemptively. We'll get the Manaphy back out. That's fine. So I'm thinking that, yeah. And then we just smack for 300. Okay. And we say, all right, you're good, bud. Let's see what you got. Nice finds there. Though I probably want to Iono next turn. I do. It depends on what they do, right? It actually might not Iono. It might be like Turo, or it might be Arvin Collapse, or like something like that. God, this deck is so broken, dude. You just get to play like, every game you just get to finesse so hard, because you just get to have this board with like almost no liabilities on it. Like, I can theoretically collapse Radzard, and then it's like, what do you do, right? Like, you don't even have a 2-prizer to win. I'm so nuts with it. So sick.
And then it's like you're hoping that I guess I can do... We probably just want Iono because they win. Well, he needs to take 2 prizes to win. So he could go Boss Charizard EX for win, right? Or Boss Rotom for win. So you could just... Yeah, the 2 grass energies on board is obviously nerve-wracking. What I want to do is Turo and Collapsed, but that's not happening. Yeah, because we got Cleffa, right? So you just got to force him to have Boss with the... You got to force him to have Boss and the... Yeah. And the leaves. Yep. Okay. And then... Quick search. Does leaves take all energy or just basics? Let's see. All. Okay. Blammo. So now I force you to have an energy too. Okay. And now we see. What do we got? How do I attack next turn? Well, I'm going to have to top deck an energy, folks. No way! You sack. Dang, this matchup sucks. Jirachi does make the matchup better, huh? All right, GG's, Nick. Run it back. Run it back. That matchup doesn't seem great without Jirachi, I'm not going to lie. Server error. You didn't have the boss or leaves in hand. Oh, dang, yeah. Tough one. Can you do a best of 3, Nick, or are you done? What are these little gold medallions next to everybody's name? You're telling me these people are only level 4, bro? You're telling me nobody's got a level 61 account? Where are all my real gamers at? Where are my level 100s at? Oh, you're level 80 and they're bugged because of TCG Live. That's so sick.
It never shows correctly. I love that. When you reach 100, it loops back around to 1. Oh, man. TCG Live sure knows how to treat you right. Make you feel good. All right, I can win this. For sure. It is so scary, though, because it's so easy for them to just, like, destroy you with leaves. Oh, I need to fix my Charmanders for sure, too, but that's fine. All right, there is the Tina. Okay. Got it. That's a fine looking start. Beebrel's in the deck. We've got Nest Ball. And there's Rotom in there. I do love it when I open my one of Nest Ball. That's so great. Just phenomenal, really. Radzard's there. 5 energy. Okay. Instant charge. Man, broken deck. Yeah, leaves is tough. But I think I can do it. We'll see how this game goes. We got to start finessing extra hard. We got to finesse even harder than we've ever finessed. We're going to have to really insert the banana into the tailpipe extra hard this time. Clearly, Iono to 2 was not sufficient. Bro, what if we played the Delphox V? That's so bad. But also, what if? The Delphox V, bro. Man, Delphox V would be so sick. Also so bad. But, man, I love a spicy card inclusion. Gotta just play the good cards, though. Man, oh man, this is wonderful. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What about Collapsed? Are you in there? Oh, yeah, you are. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're going to go get... Ultra Ball away these. Go get Pidgeots.
Rare Candy into Pidgeots. And then I kind of want to collapse. I don't think I have everything that I need to like collapse the Rotom. I do, but then I wouldn't get the B. Okay, so what I want to do is collapse and get Charizard and get Bibarel. But I can't do all of that unless I Bibarel into a piece. So I could try to Bibarel into a piece, but then I miss the collapse guaranteed. So, and they've got how many cards in the Lost Zone right now? 9. Okay, so let's quick search. 9, brother. 9 is just like a ridiculous amount. That's fine. So I'm not going to worry about collapsing. I'm just going to set up the Bibarel. Okay, that's cool. And then Star Alchemy. For the last rare candy in my deck. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Whee! Good thing we got that Charmeleon. Holy smokes, man. Okay. Schmack. Yeah, I don't have to worry about collapse this turn because God knows this Tina is knocking out something better. So that's fine. Colors again, so up over 10 cards in the Lost Zone. We've got 2 energy in the discard pile right now. Got Rod in hand, though. Pidgeot and Bibarel. We're feeling very strong with the Pidge Beeb setup. That's great. Do love that. And I mean, so what? If Nick just goes V-Star my Zard, right? Then, you know, does Nick have a follow-up attacker? We kind of have to look at that as well. There is another Tina hitting the board, so yes. But if he V-Stars the Zard, then the backup attacker would have to be Leaves. Because I would have another clean Zard and only Leaves could knock it out. So there we go. Tina fully loaded with a 3 energy, though. Does that mean Tina V-Star missed again? Looks like just thinning, right? Before flower selecting so that they have a higher chance of finding Tina V-Star off the flower selection. Ditching the Forest Seal Stone as they don't want to go for that. Makes sense. And here comes Prime Catcher Pidgeot. Yeah. Annoying. Fine. Okay, so then I think we just want to like gust knock out the Tina V on the bench. Well, it's a Tina V probably. That's brutal. Prime Catcher and everything. So we go Rod back in 1, 2, and 3. That's fine. Buddy Buddy. Pidgeot back out. I don't have any rare candies. Sableye, I do open the door for Sableye to take a knockout if I get this Pidgey back out, though. Like, I mean, Sableye could, like, double knock out Manaphy, and I think I kind of have to just take that risk. And say, like, all right, if my Charizards get ignored, I think I'm okay. You want to say Defiance Band to this one. We get Iono, which is really good, actually. Iono to 4 at this point. Yeah, feels really strong. Yeah, that or we keep them with the 10 card hand. So, yeah, we'll do that. And attach here. Just Burning Darkness. It's fine. At a certain point, like, we're going to need our hand disruption to stick. That's very good to find. Rare Candy and Prime Catcher. This is a solid hand here with Iono in it. We do like that. So if Nick is able to get another big turn, we can go Iono again. Iron Leaves is weak to fire, but well, we're doing 80. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not doing it, Charmeleon. No. Yeah, Hero's Cape's kind of cool. I'm not totally opposed to the Hero's Cape. I think it's neat. I felt like giving myself the option to get Pidgeot EX next turn was worth the risk. Okay, here comes Iron Leaves. That's fine. So what we want to do is we want to Radzard here. We want to Radzard and go Iono to 1. Or Iono to 2. So the Iron Leaves takes the knockout. And we got to say, you ain't going to have it. Okay, we will promote the Pidge. Belt doesn't really matter. It could on like Radzard later, but not yet. Do that. And it's tough because, like, I know this is like the only rare candy I have. So I'm not getting the Pidgeot, which just means that I need to find Charizard then. So then we rod back in Charizard and 2 fire, sure. It's fine. And then let's spin. All right, Iono. Okay, we are golden.
And this is actually really sick because we have a chance to find our Pidgeots as well with Rare Candy because I got an Ultra Ball. So, going 1, 2, and 3. And then we Ultra Ball those away for Pidgeots and Incisors for 4. Okay. And then we go Retreats. The problem here is that I did give myself the Sableye lose condition. Ugh. Frick, dude. Yeah, slight problem, but it's fine. We prized 2 rare candies. So that's tough, but it's fine. We just have to hope that they don't have it. Really wanted the rare candy Pidgey. If Nick doesn't have it this turn, I do win, though. Well, there's Sableye. Sableye could be prized. Haven't seen it yet. Sableye prized. Let's go, dude. Let's go. That is a Sableye prized situation. Let's go. Oh, Wheat Farmer. Have I ever played? You Rockets? I've played Rocket Sneasel EX into Rayquaza Gold Star, which just like annihilates Rocket Sneasel EX. That was not a good time. There's no way you've got... Nah, you lose. That's great. All right. Thankfully, Nick did, in fact, not have it, which then leaves me to have it. GG's. Nice. Feels good. Broken deck. All right, Nick, game 3. You want first or second? Silene and Charizard. I like Silene and Dragapult. Silene and Zard. I don't think that Zard has enough draw off the top to warrant Silene. So no. It's going to be a no for me. Unless you're playing just like Beeb Zard. And maybe Beeb Zard is a deck worth thinking about. But it does kind of feel like you just have more options and more control over the game if you're playing a deck that's kind of like with the Pidgeot and stuff. But I love Bibarel. I wish it was just a... All right, I'm going first. Cool. I wish it was easy, man. Wish I could just play Beebzard or something. Go turn 1 TM Evolution. Play a couple more energy. Get my boys out. And that's just how it goes for Tina. All right. Not you. 3 candy, prime catcher, Beebs in the deck. 1 Charizard there, 1 Charizard there, rare candy Pidgeot there. 5 energy in deck. Buddy. And we're going to get these 2 buddies. And then honestly, it's kind of like a Forest Seal Stone right now kind of situation. Yeah. And we get another buddy. Buddy again. We get another one of these, and we get. You've got 1 card in the Lost Zone. Probably not getting to 7 or whatever. But I'm also not going to let you try. All right. I've seen it happen, so. All I'd have to do is Colress, then they're at 3, then they Flower Select twice, then they're at 5, then they vacuum away their own card, and you lose. Right? So, like, all right, so tell me why Charizard's not just the BDIF if the decks that are even supposed to beat Charizard just can't always beat Charizard. Every deck bricks sometimes. I mean, but like, what's the point of playing other decks? Yes, all decks brick, but even I'd say other decks brick more than Zard does. I'll try it again. The point is that you just don't want to be a Zard bot. Wait, not remove friend. Challenge friend. This is 3 Arvin. It's not even the most, consistent it could be. Just 3. I mean, it's like built off Tord's list. And it's built off Liam's list. It's like a similar list to Tord's, similar list to Liam's. It's like right there. I think there's a 3rd boss in this list somehow. There's no Yell's Cheer, but there is 2 Turo. It's Tord's list with no Yell's Cheer, +1 boss, no Jirachi, +1 Charmeleon. That's it. It's Tord's EUIC list with 2 changes. Oh, and the wrong Charmanders, apparently. So sounds like Rowan's list. That's Rowan's list then. Yes. I think that's what Jesse told me. Yes. Yes, Rowan's list that he posted. But like they're all deviations of Tord's list though, right? I mean, like, Liam's list is still Tord's list, and frankly, Rowan's list is still Tord's list. They're all Tord's list. Just because you alter a card or 2. Yeah, it's just Tord's list, really. I think Tord has kind of got if you've got a Charizard deck with Pidgeot, Bibarel, and a Cleffa, that's Tord's list. And like the 2 Turo, that's Tord's list. Those are some very unique deck building things.
All right, what do we got going on here? We got Nest Ball, we got Luminion. Yeah, Nick popping off low key. All right. Yeah, you're going to make me do a best of 5, aren't you? I don't think Airy is needed, no. Looking across from a Tina deck that's this established turn 1 going first, you're like, you're having a bad time for sure. With the top deck of the Arvin off the top rope, let's go. My Forest Sealstone. Freaking Forest Sealstone, bro. Messed up, man. All right, Beebs is in there. Pidgeots, Rotom's in there. 5 fire energy. Okay. Manaphy is in there. Okay. All right. Buddy. Not your buddy guy. Okay, we need those. We need this. We need that. And then that's fine. Okay with that. Okay, we're just going to go get the Bidoof. And I think we're saying it's just like Luminion next turn. That's fine. Unfortunate with the Forest Sealstone being prized. That's really kind of grinding my gears. It's making things pretty tough out here. So this next turn, they probably just go Cramorant and knock out my Charmander. Already at 5 cards in the Lost Zone. It's feeling pretty tough. Got to worry about getting item locked. I don't think that they actually item lock me, but they could. But I don't think Nick would do that. He wouldn't do that. He's not that kind of guy, man. All right, retreating to Comfy. Sure. Select some more flowers, K. And then bench another Tina, pass. Oh yeah, you got nothing, dog. Cool. Okay. That's neat. Luminion for... Oof. Ugh. All right. I feel like it's like I could Luminion for Arvin for like my other tool and an Ultra Ball it away and get Bibarel and just start drawing cards, right? Which is like not bad. Or I go get Iono, but that also feels bad. You know, thank you, Jaidi, for the raid. Appreciate it. Arvin Candy. I mean, yeah, I could just get that, but then I just get
annihilated. Like, he's got 6 cards in the Lost Zone. He's getting to 10 next turn, right? If I just Arvin for Rare Candy Zard, then I like lose, right? So I can't really do that. And I can't really afford to get rid of that Choice Bell because I already got rid of my Defiance Band. So I think the play is instead I kind of have to get rid of that, unfortunately. Yeah, I like getting... Or I just keep the Lumini in there and say, whatever, bro. I like the Charmeleon down. It's fine. We got rods. Like, you gonna prime catcher my Luminion? You might. Nah, I'm collapsing for sure. Oh, you were opening some booster boxes? Nice. I'm glad you had fun. I can throw it later. It's true. But I kind of like playing this collapse, too. It's good. Got rid of Atina. All right, we're going with this. We're going to see. We're going to see. This is my final answer. Okay. All right. Fine. It feels like a... If I had used like Arvin to go get Rare Candy and just attack, like they're at 7 cards in the Lost Zone, like I'm just gonna get that thing annihilated. Then I've got I offer up a Charizard for 1 prize and exchange it for 2 and a dead draw. Like you can't do that. So you have to like be at least somewhat savvy. And we had to make some tough choices because we prized the Forest Sealstone, unfortunately. That's kind of like everything, that whole opening sequence gets way easier if we just have Forest Sealstone, but we don't. So it's like... So now our Arvins stink. My opponent can't Sableye because they'd have to counter the stadium and then put room, for Sableye, but they don't have bench space for Sableye right now. I really am feeling the regret of having all my tools in the discard pile. That's like feeling terrible right now. I'm not gonna lie. That is feeling the worst. I'd like to get a swing into this Tina, like proactively. That'd be great. I could just like top deck a Rare Candy or something. That'd be wonderful. Maybe they'll Banette. Maybe they will Banette. Okay, they are at 10. Template Sinnoh, so they got the room for Sableye, and they could Sableye, yes, and they are going to Sableye my Pidge and my Manaphy, which is unfortunate. But what can you do, right? That is unfortunate. Okay, so I take 2 prizes. That's fine.
Oh, it's looking like Charmander Pidgey. Yeah. Which makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm getting annihilated this game. Yeah, feels like it. Yeah. Okay. Radzard. One more Mander down. Iono. Well, here's the deal. I was going to need, like, you know, I'm going to need a Charizard. Okay. And if you don't give me a Charizard now, then I'm going to lose. Really bad. I'm already probably going to lose, but now we're going to lose extra hard. Cool. Okay. Forgot to shuffle after the super rod. Yeah. Yes, I forgot to click shuffle. Yeah, Cypher Maniac Rod, broken card. Huh. All right. So now we probably get destroyed by, like, an Iron Leaves or something, or by Tina's V-Star. We're actually getting destroyed by Tina's V-Star power, right? And they go to 2 prizes. There's pretty much nothing I can do to stop it. It is just devastation. Yeah. So that's fun. And the tools that I got rid of, yep, might have been good. No, my tools are gone because I didn't have 4 Seal Stones, so they just became Ultra Ball targets. It was really bad early on in the game. And then there's the Banette, which guarantees the supporter. Oh, man. It is over for your boy. I mean, this matchup does not seem great, especially without Jirachi. Ain't no way. Okay, and they got the Colress. So I have to, like, basically I got a Luminian for Iono. But Puffer Offering just gets, like, the Colress again, right? Goodness, that's crazy. So very easy for them to get the game winning. The game winning Iron Leaves. So, yeah, tough one. Kind of have to just hope for the best. I guess. Might just do that. And then hit the Iono, right? Or Roxanne. Yep. And then is it worth it to bench another Charmander? Roxanne. Yeah. And then you're saying, like, what, there's Sableye already in the discard pile. I mean, like, yeah, dude, if you got the Sableye back, you kind of just win. So we have to say you don't have that either. Yeah, we're definitely saying that you ain't got that. And yeah, that's our line. Okay. Yes, sir. And we're going to force you to do weird things. There's Arvin, K. Artisan. Uh-oh. Please no Rod. Please no Rod. Need there to be no Rod situation. And then okay, we got another flower selecting coming right up. Check gone. Ooh, Colress. Ooh, it's not a lot needed for the win here. Rod, Switch, Psychic will do it. This point, Nick's deck's very small. I wonder if it's just going to be a pass. No, Prime Catcher. Oh, smokes. That'll win. You just need an energy. Yeah, do you have it? Yeah, GG's. Dang, that's crazy. Roxanne is a lie, dude. What's the point? What is the point? What's the point, man? I know. Disrupting my opponent lost me 2 games. So you know what's better? Not disrupting the opponent. All right, Nick, you got time for one more? Tord was also playing Tord was playing Jirachi, which helps that matchup for sure. All right, let's go, Nick. I think I do not like the Cologne. I think the card is booty. It's not booty. It's really good when it works. I just feel like it never works, or I never have the right time for it. I feel like I kind of get like Zard versus Tina. It's not great for Zard, but you can win, and Jirachi certainly helps. But you're also kind of like asking yourself, like, what's, what is Tina's meta share going to be
at a tournament, right? Is it worth teching for Tina as a Charizard player? And honestly, in those games, we went 2-2, and I barely know how to play Charizard. I am not your model Charizard player, so. All right, let's see what Nick's got this time. Nick is playing Manaphy. All right, so Nick is playing Manaphy. And again, see how bad that deck is? It's Brick House. Oh, yeah, what a rush, guys. Man, it feels good to be back. Man, it feels good to be back. Man, it feels good to be... Man, it feels good to be back. Am I right? You think Nick hits my stop? Yeah, I think he's going to hit the stop for sure. Dang, for the buddy poffin. So sad. And then we're just looking for a rare candy. Get set up and moving. That'd be great. Ultra Ball would be good too. Sometimes I feel like when playing Chen Pao, it's like if you open an Irida going second and you're like, sometimes it feels like it could be good to save that Irida for the next turn. Here, I like wanted the second Bidoof here in case Nick was just sitting on a Colress and went like Colress and then Cram, knock out Bidoof. So I was like, all right. I was like, I'll spin the stop. And I think like if the stop hit a buddy poffin, I think I was going to save the Irida. That's why I, decided to just go for it. Doesn't have 4 cards in the loss zone, brother. And we top deck the rare candy. Somebody stop him. He's too cracked. Okay. Let's go Pokestop. More energy in the discard pile. Not exactly what I need. Would like to get Irida for... I would like to hands you. But that's not exactly happening right now. So I'm going for Ultra Ball instead to get a Bibarel, and the Bibarel is in the deck, and I can also get, I guess, a Bundler. I guess Chen Pao is under no threat whatsoever, but which is kind of funny. Yeah, you can scoop this one, Nick. You want to scoop? Try another? All right, you scoop. I'm never going to stop you so you could just scoop, bro. Yeah, scoop means I win. I love that. That's great. That's all I'm trying to do. I'll let you scoop. I'm not holding you here against your will. By all means, go ahead. We'll take it. All right, try it again. Try it again. Cologne would have been sick there. It's true. But I also like top decked into like the rare candy to get that whole sequence started, and I just put the 4th rare candy in again. So like, I don't know. I've been liking 4 candy. You know how often people try to chase down your Baxcaliburs? It's like the whole thing, or like devolve them or whatever. The amount of haters that your Baxcalibur has is insane. Andrew Bibero. Those 2 guys, specifically, come under a lot of fire. Maybe we should have just opened Chen Pao there. Yeah. That's all good, though. But then again, like, you don't really want to open Chen Pao. You want to open Radiant Greninja. It's better. You just trust in the process. Trust that you go get a Friggy and everything works out. Okay, all right, fine. Yeah, this Pokestop takes no sides, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. All right. That's fine. This haul could have been avoided if I started my Chen Pao, but then again, do you just open Chen Pao against Tina? Like, no, you probably don't. So, all right, because you don't want to be the first person to put out a 2-prizer. Because they could, like, Cramorant it and stuff. No, like, you don't want your Chen Pao to just get hit by a Cramorant. Right? Maybe I do just start Chen Pao. Especially after looking at that hand. We definitely start Chen Pao. Yeah. You can't think of a single matchup where you don't start Chen. No. Oh, there's a bunch of matchups where you don't start Chen Pao. Right? Arceus that plays Max Belt. There you go. That's at least one. We're so back. It can't be Bieberell. It's got to be items, dog. Items. Okay, so we need Vessel, Ultra Ball. Okay. Right, I think you probably do just start Chen Pao. You're right. God, and there goes the Bieberell again. What the? Yes, this is true. I need to get a Bieberell. This whole thing. Yeah, I know I'm playing this game super scuffed. Yeah, we just now I'm spiraling because we should have just started the Chen Pao. And I'm like, dang, bro, this whole thing gets so much easier if I just started the Chen Pao. I think part of me was like, what if I just stop away one energy, then I've got Superior if I need it. No, I was thinking about against Dino Box. What? Against Dino Box, do you go? I think you actually do lead Chen Pao, and you try to take 2 knockouts. You try to go 2 for 2 with Chen Pao, I think, right? Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. I scooped this one. All right, final game, Nick. Final game. Then I gotta work on some other stuff for League Challenge tonight. One more. All right, we went 2-2. Nick and I are 3-3 total so far. I went 2-2 in the Zard versus Tina matchup, and we've gone 1-1 so far here. And I think that's I definitely misplayed myself out of that last one. But I have learned. You just start the Chen Pao. You got to get those energy flowing. Yes, I mean, yeah, your other thing that you can do is try to Radiant Greninja and go hands, but like a lot of times by the time it's turn 3 or 4, like they're doing 230 damage to knock out your hands. So like all right, Nick, you can go first this game.
That's fine. I went first last game. Only fair. Greninja 2 Dino. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's tough. Because then if you Greninja 2 Dinos and then they knock out your hands every time you attack, it's like kind of sketch. All right. Starting the Tina. Okay. Seems fine. I've got Buddy Buddy and Nestball. I can go get Radiant Greninja, Vessel. We're going to start drawing cards. Great. We do have to worry about, that Radiant Greninja. If he tries to get a turn 2 Radiant Greninja or something, like that's really bad for us. I was wondering if the Kyogre helps against Dino Box at all. Ooh, double Buddy Buddy. That really helps, actually. We've got one Beaverell in there. Radiant Greninja's in there. Okay. And we want the Bidoof, just one. And we want Radiant Greninja. Yeah. Carrie, you said you asked Grant that last night and said it's not worth a chance of a terrible start. I think that makes sense, yeah, right? Ooh, we got the Irida 2. So this is one of those, like, do I just save the Irida? Like, just saving the Irida feels kind of good. But I guess no. The answer is we Irida. Because I know I get to keep my hand. So there's no point in saving the Irida. I know I get to keep my hand. We want to just go get more stuff. Thinking like Vessel and Ultra Ball, honestly, can be good. Or no, not Vessel and Ultra Ball. Vessel and... Sure. We've already got Ultra Ball in the hand. Get thin that. Go get those. And attach there and pass. Is it Manaphy worth it? All the real Chen Pao heads say no Manaphy. That's what they say. Look at all the real Chen Pao believers out there. Just ask your average Chen Pao head. They're all going to tell you the same thing. No Manaphy. Yeah, just don't get Greninja'd. Simply go first. Or Just don't get Greninja. Yeah, just don't do it. You know? Do you ever think about that? Yeah, do you ever think about just not getting Greninja? I'm Hamad. Raging Bolt. More like Raging Bulk. I know. It's not very good. All right, see? You want to be the one. Why do I got all 3 Greninja in my hand? Why is this the kind of thing that happens constantly? So much pain. All right, we are so back. Let's go. So, yes. Definitely want to Radiant Greninja the Comfies. Sure. Let me just retreat there. I'm not back. I am back. We are so back. Okay, here we go. But I need, like... more stuff. All right, that's fine. Okay, we get rid of these. And then it's like I get 2 cards. You're telling me I have to superior away 2 superiors? Bro. That's so bad. Oh, we could still win, bro. We're fine. Add stop instead of candy. And just hope to stop into one of our 4 candy in the deck. Yeah, totally. Nope. Well, that's certainly one way to do it, huh? Timed out in a friendly. Oh, sick! It gave them to me. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Okay, classic TCG Live, honestly. Yeah, this is sketch, but it's fine. This list plays 3 rods, y'all. 3. And Silene. We're fine. 3 rods. Yeah, and there's 3 energy in the deck still. Yeah. It can certainly be done. Like, obviously, you do not want to make that play, but it can be done. We play Iron Hands. Iron Hands can get 2 prizes with 1 superior. And then we've got 3 rods left in the deck. You got to be able to see you have to be able to see the lines, man. you know? Now, maybe it was incorrect to conceal first there, but like, I guess I really wanted to find Irida and not Cypher Maniac, but I get it all. Maybe it was not. I think it was not correct to conceal first there. I think it was correct to Ultra Ball for Beeb first, and then Beeb, and see what we get. I think so, but yeah. I concealed into the Cypher Maniac, yeah, but didn't I have Ultra Ball, or did I not? All right, my Beaverell is going down. Okay. Sad. Rip Beebs for sure. Okay, so we've got Rod. But we want to conceal cards first. Oh, yeah. Well, let's go. And then we want to Pokestop first. Oh, yeah. Cash money. Okay. Then we want to Super Rod back in you. You and you. Okay. Oh, I forgot I had another Bidoof in there. That's fine. We've got both Chien-Pao. It's very good. And we've got our one Superior. Okay. And 2 energy. Okay. And then we Irida for Chien-Pao. I'm like just a little bit short because I can get 3. Yeah, I'm a little bit short. Prime Catcher 1, 2, 3, 4 doesn't really do it for me. Unless no, Prime Catcher doesn't do it for me. Okay, we'll take these. And then no, because I have to retreat the Radiant Greninja, so I don't have it with Shivery now. Yeah. So we retreat. And then Shivery Chill. Not great, but that's what we got. Okay. Super cold. And we will Hailblade. Sketchy. Definitely sketchy. I would love to be more established. That'd be great. I'd love to have 2 Bibarel in play. That'd be great. Instead, I've got 0. Yeah, all sorts of shenanigans can happen now. This is where the pain begins. The Roxanne countercatcher, Sableye, take multiple prizes, all that. Yes, sir. All right, never mind on the Roxanne. That's not happening. We do have Prime Catcher up. Might just be a game-losing situation not having the Bibarel. But we'll see. Right, because, like, what can I do at this point? I think I've got no energy in the deck, literally, so we kind of want to stop first and see what we find. It's Ultra Ball. Okay. We can conceal. All right. It's going to be Nest Ball. Okay. And then Rare Candy there. That's not great. There's like the lack of draw is really killing me right now for sure. We have so little we have to do to win, but we just can't really do it. Because I think the Sableye just takes out my Bidoof, and then it's just boss my Gen Pal for game. So I probably have like a 1 more
like a one-turn clock to fix this. All right, and we're getting rock sand. Extremely exciting. Okay. And not great for me here. This is quite bad. I don't know that any top deck can even solve it. So I think the problem in this match was that I was trying to go 3 Friggy, and I didn't leave myself room for a second Bidoof. And I think you kind of just have to say, like, they're not going to Radiant Greninja me, right? You just kind of have to say that. Yeah, you got this one, Nick. Yeah, I think so. Because the whole deck does just fall apart without Bibarel. So you, like, really have to make sure that you have both those set up, right? So that was certainly my fault, too. And you could see just how punishing it is with Sableye not having that Bibarel set up. So, but it's like, okay, you want room for the Radiant Greninja, you want room for the Frigibacks, you want room for, like, everything, right? Yeah. So, I think that, I think you just have to prioritize both Bibarel at all costs. You have to get all those guys up, or else, like, your deck can just fall apart, right? So, anyways, that's gonna be the last stream until Indianapolis. I've got much to think about. Much to think about. Yes, yes. I've got an interview that I'm doing in Indianapolis for one of my documentaries. I'm conducting the interview. I'm working on some, like, docu-series for YouTube, which I'm really excited about. And then I've got a few more scheduled for the North American International Championships. Probably going to play at League tonight just to try and get more reps before Indy. Because, it's my last regional of the year. So, I'm going to see what we can do. Anyways, you all have a lovely weekend. I'll be back on Monday, all right? I'll be back on Monday. See you guys.